Next, may I invite Dr. Parminder Singh, Associate Professor Medicine, SGRD Amritsar, to join Dr. Saurabh Sharma. Dr. Parminder has participated in various conferences as chairperson and is also the regional faculty of certificate course run by Public Health Foundation of India. He has around 8 publications in various national and international journals to his credit. Finally, may I invite Dr. Jharna Mandal, Professor Microbiology, JIPMER Pondicherry, to join Dr. Parminder Singh and Dr. Saurabh Sharma. Dr. Jharna acts as mentor for diarrheal disease ICMR and COVID-19 laboratories for 3 states. She has won various awards for her research work and has many publications to her credit. Now may I invite Dr. Manmeet Gill, Professor Microbiology and Scientific Session Secretary, to briefly abreast the presenters about the rules and regulations of the presentations.
Loud enough. So, thank you. Uh, so, first of all, I would like to congratulate you all for presenting your all the hard work you have done. So, we will try our best. Our team will try our best that you have a very great time here. So, not all of you, but the PGs will be assessed for this. We have kept a best paper award for that. So our only request is that please stick to the time. We have 24 presentations for today. Already I think we are half an hour late. So otherwise it will go on and on. So 7 minutes for the presentation and 2 minutes for the discussion, right? So please stick to the time. There will be a buzzer at 7 and you will have to stop there and then. Thank you very much, and again, all the best for your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. First presentation of the day is by Dr. Shifali Garg, JR GMC Amritsar.
Good morning. My topic for today's presentation is extended spectrum beta lactase MC and carbapenems co-production in multi-drug resistant Enterobacteriaceae from various clinical samples in Tertiary Care Hospital Amritsar. The family Enterobacteriaceae is major contributor of infections in healthcare settings as well as commensal of gut of humans and animals. That's why indiscriminate use of antibiotics for treatment of infection caused by these organisms is a matter of major concern, as it will result in selection of bacteria which become multiply resistant to them, particularly to beta-lactam drugs, as they are one of the most commonly prescribed antibiotics due to beta-lactamase production. This beta-lactamase production is divided into 4 classes as per Ambler's classification. Class A constitutes extended spectrum beta-lactamase, Class B constitutes metallo-beta-lactamase, Class C constitutes MC beta-lactamase, and Class D is of oxacelinases. Beta-lactamase production is plasmid encoded, leading to horizontal transmission, as well as may also carry genes for resistance to other class of antibiotic like aminoglycosides and fluoroquinolones, resulting in serious antibiotic management problem leading to longer hospital stays, increased healthcare cost, and mortality and morbidity rates. And this will also leave us with limited treatment options in future, including the use of potentially toxic drugs like polymyxin and colistin. So in this study, we ought to detect co-production of these enzymes in multi-drug resistant Enterobacteriaceae from various clinical samples. For this, we conducted a prospective study from January to June 2023 in the Department of Microbiology, GMC Amritsar, and included clinical isolates of Enterobacteriaceae that exhibited resistance to third generation cephalosporins or were multi-drug resistant and obtained from various clinical samples, which included urine, blood, pus, sputum, and vaginal swabs. For ESBL detection, I did both phenotypic screening and confirmation. All the MDRE isolates were screened using ceftazidime and cefotaxime antibiotic discs as per CLSI guidelines, and zone size was interpreted after overnight incubation at 37 degrees centigrade and interpreted positive if it was less than equal to 22 mm for ceftazidime and less than 27 for cefotaxime. Now all these screened positive isolates were then confirmed again as per CLSI guideline using ceftazidime and cefotaxime's clavulonate combination discs, and difference of more than equal to 5 mm between zone diameters for cephalosporins and their respective clavulonate combination was considered positive. For MC detection, again screening and confirmation was done. Screening was done by disc diffusion test using cefoxitin antibiotic discs. The zone size was read after overnight incubation and considered positive if it was less than 18 mm. Now these screened positive isolates were confirmed using cefoxitin cloxacillin double disc synergy test, and the difference in zone diameter for combination versus disc tested alone of more than equal to 4 mm was considered positive. And at the last, for carbapenemase detection, again I performed screening and confirmation. Screening again done by disc diffusion test using imipenem disc and considered positive if it was less than equal to 19 mm. And all these screened positive isolates were then confirmed by modified carbapenem inactivation method with EDTA modified carbapenem inactivation method as suggested by CLSI. These phenotypically confirmed isolate were then subjected to gene expert for the detection of genes associated with carbapenem non-susceptibility. The results I obtained were that 96 multi-drug resistant gram-negative bacteria belonging to this family were reported from various clinical samples during study period. Out of these 96, 70 were resistant to either of these drugs named ceftazidime, cefotaxime, imipenem and cefoxitin, which were used for screening of ESBL, carbapinemases and MC respectively. Of these 70 isolates, 66 were resistant to third generation cephalosporins and confirmed for ESBL, 2 were resistant to IMI and tested for carbapinmase, 24 resistant to cefoxitin and confirmed for MC. These are the graphs showing phenotypic confirmatory test. First for ESBL, 63 were positive, second for carbapinmase, 1 was positive, and third for MC, 11 was positive. This table shows isolate-wise distribution of ESBL, MC and carbapinmase. 20 isolates maximum were Escherichia coli, constituting 61.4%, followed by Klebsiella pneumoniae, Proteus mirabilis, Citrobacter species and Klebsiella oxytoca. Now in this, Klebsiella oxytoca was a co-producer of ESBL, carbapinmase and MC. This table shows sample-wise distribution of beta-lactamases. Out of 70, 43 were from urine, followed by vaginal, sputum, pus and blood. The isolate from blood was co-producer of ESBL, carbapinmase and MC. This figure shows distribution of beta-lactamase production. Out of all MDRE isolates, maximum was ESBL producers, that is 65.62%, followed by MC and carbapinmase, while 5.2% were co-producer of ESBL MC and 1.04% were co-producer of MC, carbapinmase and ESBL. These phenotypically confirmed isolates were then subjected to expert carbar assay to determine gene responsible, and gene detected was BLA-NDM. So this study helps us to identify potentially resistant Enterobacteriaceae isolate from different clinical samples, thus helping in treatment with appropriate antibiotics as well as co-production of enzymes, indicate horizontal transfer of multiple resistance genes present in plasmid, hence increases the importance of continuous surveillance, especially for MDRE, so that appropriate therapy can be prescribed.
Shefali, thank you for a wonderful presentation. There are a few questions that we'll take up and then we'll ask the audience if there's any question from them. First of all, it was a very good finding that you have, I think that's a timer, that's a timer. Good that you finished it before the time was off. Your carbapenem resistance is very, very low. That's a very good finding because the situation elsewhere in the country is very alarming. So in such a situation, what would you prefer to use in your setup? Did you have any opportunity to go and see any of these patients from whom you have isolated multi-drug resistant pathogens, especially the enterobacterials, who had co-production of AMC, ESBL and carbapenemase? Did you go and meet that patient, and what all antibiotics the patient was receiving at that time? Okay. There any more questions?
So, very nice presentation. So, just as a physician, I want to add one thing that we are getting a lot of culture as a physician when we receive culture sensitivity reports. So, one important thing as a resident, you should always keep in mind that that question arises. We ask many times that whether we are dealing with all culture sensitivity as a colonization or actual infection. That is very important. So as a resident, when you were doing this study, you must visit the clinical site and see what kind of samples are being collected and whether it is a clinically relevant or not. That is very important. I just give you one example. Most of the ICU patients, they are catheterized, they have RT in situ, they are intubated, and we sometimes see many patients with multi-drug resistant bacteria coming up, reports coming positive in ET samples, right? In urine culture sensitivity reports. So it is very important that as a resident you should visit the site and see whether it is a colonization or whether it is actual infection, because that will help physician to plan appropriate antibiotic therapy rather than putting antibiotic indiscriminately, right? So sometimes for physician it become very difficult, and you should collaborate with the physician. It is very important to collaboration with the physician to exactly pinpoint whether it is actual infection, what is the relevance of the sample which have been collected, right? So really nice presentation. So clinical correlation is very important, right? And secondarily, most of your patients were from ICU or from the majority were hospital admitted. Is there was any history of previous antibiotic intake, exposure to quinolones or carbapenem, oral? Okay. So which antibiotic they have? It is very important to take in consideration of whether they have been exposed to IV antibiotics previously before being admitted, because they will give you a pretty good idea of what type of resistance they will come with in culture sensitivity reports. Thank you very much.
Dr. Shefali, it was a really very nice presentation, and as ma'am and sir has told that many of the positive points of your presentation, I just want to add that you have got the gene as BLA NDM1. It is also present in Acinetobacter also, so you can expand your study. This study is good, but if you want to expand your study, and as you have got many samples, you have mentioned that you have got IPD samples, but it was not mentioned in that it was an IPD sample only. You got the samples from different samples here. So you can expand your criteria as Acineta also, you can include Acineta also, and you can take OPD samples also, so that you can get the burden of IPD as well as OPD. And secondly, you should be more precise about the type of your study. You just written prospective study. I don't think it's a prospective study, because in a prospective study, you follow a patient. You follow repeatedly a patient, then it is a prospective study. It's not a prospective study. Okay, it's basically it's cross-sectional study, because you are a particular time period frame में, एक particular area में आप कुछ patients को देख रहे हो. That is a cross-sectional study. बाकी otherwise it's very good.
Any more questions from the audience, ma'am?
I just want to know what was your phenotypic diffusion test for carbapenems. How many were your selection criteria included resistant to either of them, So how many carbapenem resistant isolates, which are phenotypically resistant, you included? Yeah. Yeah. Just mic. Just use the mic. How many did you take which were carbapenem resistant? Only two were resistant. Okay. Oh, okay. So, would you think that for enterobacterials, you should have tested against, you should have tested against ertapenem also? Yeah.
If there are no more questions, then we move on to the next presenter.
My husband has come to see me. Dr. Sharma. Dr. Pramila Jande. Madam Sharma. Mandal, she's come from Jitwa. Apna bacha Saurabh Sharma. Welcome. Dr. Manmeet Sukriti. Just come for a minute. Oh, doctor. He'll be pushing off to his practice. Sorry for the interruption.
The second presentation will be given by Dr. Sukriti Yadav, SI CGI Chandigarh. Good morning, respected faculty and judges, organizers and delegates. So my presentation is about rapid diagnosis and screening of drug resistance directly from the ileocecal biopsy of gastrointestinal tuberculosis patients. This work was carried out in the microbiology and the medicine department of CGI in Chandigarh. So, with this set information, gastrointestinal tuberculosis is a severe form of extrapulmonary TB, and it happens to be a diagnostic and therapeutic challenge due to its tendency to mimic other gastrointestinal conditions. There is limitation of appropriate therapy, which results in residual sequelae and morbidity among the patients. The situation is further compounded in the recent times is due to emergence of resistance, both MDR, that is multi-drug resistance, and extensive drug resistance in the patients of EPTB, that is extrapulmonary tuberculosis. And overall, we have been observing that there is an incidence of drug resistance in India especially. So phenotypic drug susceptibility testing is neither widely available or contributory. It may be present in some certain high-level centers, but not everywhere. But the disease wellness doesn't restrict itself to certain regions per se. Now coming to genotypic DST, commercial systems like Unixpert, TrueNat can provide rapid results, but with limited DST of rifampicin. Hence, the accurate diagnosis of GITB still remains challenging. Why? Because its tendency to mimic various other gastrointestinal conditions is a possibacillary trait. There is a proper lack of sample availability and lack of DST facilities. So right now, there is an extensive need of art to develop or evaluate new techniques for detection and screening of drug susceptibility directly from DNA extracted from ileocecal biopsy specimens. In this study, we performed high-resolution MELT curve analysis of qualitative real-time PCR based on analyzing the fluorescent curves. So coming to the aims and objectives, we evaluated real-time PCR using the targets IS6110 and IS1081 for rapid diagnosis via DNA extraction. Positive cases were further subjected to HRM analysis using the RPOB, CAG, INHA, gyrase A, EIS, RRS, and APT genes for the screening of drug resistance, both from DNA from the sample as well as from the culture. The results were compared with MGIT, and Sanger sequencing was done for the confirmation. Coming to the materials and methods, we took 105 patient samples, which were categorized into two groups, which were GITB patients, either confirmed by culture or clinically suspected, and non-TB patients, for example, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, etc. So we had 65 TB patients and 40 in the control group. The methodology that we followed was the processing of the ileocecal biopsy was done, decontaminated, and deposits were used for microscopy, LJ culture, MGIT culture, and real-time PCR DNA extraction. And then further, the positive samples were subjected to these targets for studying the resistance pattern. And then the RT-PCR diagnosis was compared with culture and CRS, and the results of high-resolution MELT were compared to MGIT, phenotypic DST, and Sanger sequencing. Now moving to the results, the first set. In the first group was TB patients, which were either culture positive or clinically suspected. In case of culture positive, there was 92% positivity with IS1081 target and 84% positivity with IS6110 target. But in case of clinically suspected, it was slightly less. For IS1081, that was 80%, and similarly for 610, that was 72%. In total, overall, the percentage for IS1081 was higher, that was 84.6%, and for 6100, it was almost 77%, and control group was negative. Moving to the sensitivity and specificity, the specificity and the positive predictive value of both the tests were 100%, but the sensitivity varied. It was higher for IS1081 in both cases, that is the culture positive and the clinically suspected cases, and similarly it was higher for IS1081 for in case of negative predictive value. Now moving to the HRM analysis of the culture positive test, we noticed that in culture positive, the RPOB detection was done sensitive for 84% of the cases, but resistant for 16% cases. And in case of culture negative, that is clinically suspected cases, it was 94% almost, and 6% was resistant. Similarly for CAT, it was noted for both culture positive and culture negative, which was an additional advantage if you would notice in this point. In case of INH resistant, all the clinically suspected cases were sensitive to INHA. Moving to the other genes, in case of gyrase A, we noticed 12% resistance in case of culture positive, and 6.25% in case of culture negative. And what we additionally that was noted was 6 cases, that is 10.52 cases of MDR, 7% case of mono INH resistance, and 3.5% of pre-XDR, and 5.2% of cases of monofluoroquinolone were resistant additionally were identified in the culture negative patients. Coming to the comparison with HRM analysis as well as sequencing, we could actually see the mutation numbers which I had shown in the previous picture. It was noted at 531 for 4 cases, 1 each for 516 and 5126 codon. For isoniazid, it was all the 10 were identified at 315 position. For fluoroquinolone, it was all 5 were at 94. And for the second line injectable, it was at single position, that is 1401. So from this, the points that can be learned, that highlights need to be made for molecular assays, especially when it comes to extrapulmonary tuberculosis. There has to be a cautious use of fluoroquinolones, and for TB, like we make standardized group of treatment drugs like short course, long course. So here the notion of one size fits all does not actually work for everybody. The treatment has to be tailor-made for the patient. And with this study, I can conclude that HRM analysis is reliable as well as a rapid method. The time taken per se was approximately 90 minutes, and the cost was around 160 rupees, that is $2 US. But it is to be seen that it can be available only in limited settings. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sukriti. It's a very good study with a very good outcome. And the only thing is, what are the species of mycobacterium that can affect the gut, human gut?
Ma'am, here for this study we exclusively chose MTB only because the study is currently ongoing as well. That's why the sample size is also limited because I have present only the MTB part. The NTM part we have not taken.
Okay, fine. Any questions from the audience? If not, then thank you, Dr. Sukhrit.
For the next presentation, we have Dr. Ankita Dahiya, JR, Maharaja Agrasen Medical College, Haryana.
Good morning to one and all present here, respected dignitaries on the stage and everyone in the audience. Myself, Dr. Ankita Dahiya. Title of my research paper is Phenotypic Detection of Constitutive and Inducible Clindamycin Resistance among Clinical Isolates of MRSA in a Tertiary Care Hospital in North India. Introduction. Staphylococcus aureus is considered to be one of the leading cause of community-acquired and nosocomial infections worldwide. It is the commonest isolate associated with skin and soft tissue infections. There has been a significant increase in resistance among staphylococci against various antimicrobial agents. Methicillin resistance is one of the mechanisms exhibited by S. aureus. There has been an increase in the prevalence of methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, that is MRSA, globally over the decade. Management of MRSA is tough owing to having resistance to many antibiotics. Macrolide lincosamide streptogramin B, that is the MLSB antibiotics, are most commonly used for the management of MRSA, with clindamycin being commonly preferred because it has good pharmacokinetic properties, excellent soft tissue permeability, it is available as both oral and parenteral formulations, and inhibits toxin production. But with the passage of time and overuse of antimicrobials, S. aureus is acquiring resistance to MLSB antibiotics too. The most prevalent mechanism of resistance is target site modification, which is mediated by ERM genes, and it can be expressed either constitutively or inducibly. And another mechanism of resistance is mediated through the MSRA genes, which is responsible for the MS phenotype. Now, aims and objectives of the study. Aim is to find out the prevalence of constitutive and inducible clindamycin resistance, that is ICR, among clinical isolates of MRSA in a tertiary care hospital in North India. Objectives: first, to detect MRSA strains phenotypically and to estimate the prevalence of constitutive and inducible clindamycin resistance among the MRSA strains. Second, to determine the prevalence of constitutive and inducible clindamycin resistance among the MSSA strains. And third is the comparative evaluation of the prevalence of constitutive and inducible clindamycin resistance among the MRSA and MSSA strains. Material and methods: it is a retrospective cross-sectional analytical study conducted in the Department of Microbiology, Maharaja Agrasen Medical College, Agroha, on 234 S. aureus isolates from the pus samples, and duration of the study is 12 months, that is from July 2022 to June 2023. Inclusion criteria is patients having skin and soft tissue infections, whether from the OPD or IPD of any department irrespective of their age and gender. Exclusion criteria is S. aureus isolates from samples other than pus. Statistical analysis: the data was entered and compiled in MS Excel sheet and further exported to SPSS version 20.0 for appropriate analysis, and quality control was maintained using S. aureus ATCC 25923. Flow diagram of the study: all the pus samples that were received in our laboratory were cultured as per the routine, according to the routine media on blood agar and McConkey agar, and incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 24 to 48 hours. Then the isolates were identified as S. aureus based on the bacterial growth, that is the colony morphology, the gram staining, and various biochemical tests such as catalase test positive, slide and tube coagulase positive. Then the isolates were further identified as MRSA using cefoxitin screening, which was done using 30 micrograms cefoxitin disc. And the isolates which showed a zone of inhibition less than equal to 21 mm around the cefoxitin disc were identified as MRSA. Then the S aureus isolates were further identified for the constitutive and inducible resistance based on the disk diffusion test or the D test. And for performing the test, the 0.5 Mc/ln bacterial suspension of S. aureus was lawn cultured on Mueller-Hinton agar plate and incubated at 37 degrees Celsius for 18 to 24 hours. And then three different phenotypes were identified. The isolates which were resistant to both erythromycin and clindamycin with circular shaped zone of inhibition, if any, were identified as the constitutive phenotypes. Isolates which were resistant to erythromycin, sensitive to clindamycin, with a D-shaped zone of inhibition around clindamycin with flattening towards erythromycin, that is D-test positive, were identified as the inducible phenotypes. And isolates which were resistant to erythromycin, sensitive to clindamycin, with a circular shaped zone of inhibition around clindamycin, that is D-test negative, were identified as the MS phenotype. Now the image is showing a positive D-test with T-shaped zone of inhibition around the clindamycin. Results: figure 1 is showing the prevalence of MRSA and MSSA among Staphylococcus aureus isolates. So the total isolates are 234, and of these 78% were MRSA and 22% were the MSSA. Figure 2 is showing the prevalence of the constitutive, inducible and MS phenotypes among the MRSA strains. So of the total isolates, 77% were the constitutive strains, 36% were the inducible strains, 32% were MS phenotypes, and 25% of the strains were sensitive to both erythromycin and clindamycin. Now figure 3 is showing a comparative evaluation of constitutive, inducible and MS phenotypes among MRSA and MSSA strains. Like 7% of the strains from the MRSA showed constitutive phenotype and 8% from MSSA showed constitutive phenotype. Then the percentage of inducible phenotype in MRSA strains was 36%. In the MSSA strains it is 23%. And the MS phenotypes in the MRSA strains are 32%, and in MSSA strains they are 15%. So discussion: in our study we have found higher percentage of MRSA as compared to MSSA among these Staph aureus isolates, and also there is higher percentage of inducible clindamycin resistance, that is 36%, as compared to the constitutive resistance, which is 7%. The findings are in accordance with Thapa D et al., who conducted a study on 1027 samples and found that 36.5% of the S. aureus were the inducible phenotypes and 18.5% were the constitutive phenotypes. Conclusion: the emergence of resistance to multiple antibiotics and MRSA is impeding their effective management. So lower cost, lower side effects and better tissue penetration makes clindamycin a better drug, but the inducibly resistant strains can gradually develop, which can change to constitutive phenotypes. So D-test should be incorporated into the susceptibility testing for effective management of S. aureus. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ankita. Just stay back. We'll have a few questions for you. Good that you've presented and finished it before the timer is up. Okay, fine. You said that you had selected your strains based on slide coagulase positive and tube coagulase positivity.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any other Staphylococcus species which can be both positive other than aureus?
Yes, ma'am. There are other species also which can be positive.
So why I'm asking this question is that will have a reflection, it will have an impact on your results.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
do go back and check on them. Okay. And the next thing is, how many of these patients were receiving any of the macrolides at the time of your sampling?
Ma'am, I don't remember the exact number, but many of them were already on antibiotic treatment when samples were taken from them.
And particularly fluoroquinolones, ciprofloxacin.
Ma'am, there were patients who were on macrolide treatment during this study.
Because these drugs themselves can induce macrolide resistance. So that's why this question will be very important, and if you are doing your dissertation, please include this also.
A very good presentation. See, as a physician, I just want to ask you one question. What was have you, again same question, that what was the previous antibiotic he was taking? Have you visited the patient? So what type of antibiotic they were taking previously? And have you ever recorded the clinical profile of the patient? What type of disease they were suffering? And what was the exposure of antibiotic previously? That very important for us, at least when we plan management of these patients. And what was the clinical profile? They were patient from orthopedics department, they were patient from dermatology department. So what was the clinical profile of the
So
patient?
most of the patients were from surgery and orthopedics department because I have included only the pus samples which are obtained from patients having skin and soft tissue infections.
Okay, okay. So only skin and soft
Only
tissue
skin and
infection.
soft tissue infections.
Okay, okay. My second question is that it was this. What was the type of sample? It was. You said you excluded the sample with the pus samples,
Yes, sir.
but
Therefore, is isolate some samples other than pus were excluded from the study. Only pus samples were taken, whether from the IPD or from the OPD.
okay, okay, okay. Thank you. Very
Any questions from the audience? If not, then thank you, Dr. Ankita. We'll have the next presenter, please. Dr. Abhinav is not there? Right, okay, fine.
Next we have Dr. Prerna, JR AFMC Pune.
A very good morning to one and all. I bring greetings from a tertiary care hospital where I am a second year postgraduate resident. So the title of my study is Microbial Profile and Antimicrobial Susceptibility Pattern of Ascitic Fluid, a retrospective study. So what is ascites? As we all know, the accumulation of fluid within the abdominal cavity is known as ascites. It is a valuable diagnostic indicator of various intra-abdominal conditions. And once the ascites has been confirmed, we can know the etiology by sending the sample, ascitic fluid samples, to various labs, such as biochemistry for pH and glucose, to pathology for neutrophil counts, as well as for albumin. And if in case infection is being suspected, then it is received at our lab, that is microbiology department. So we all know that peritoneal cavity is a sterile site in which no bacteria or any microbes exist as commensals in a healthy state. So ascitic fluid plays a critical role in the microbiological diagnosis of peritonitis. But the cases of drug-resistant bacteria are increasing, so it is becoming a public health threat. Thus, this study aimed to know the microbial profile of ascitic fluid as well as their antimicrobial resistant patterns. So this is a retrospective study conducted from July 2022 to June 2023 in a tertiary care center in Western Maharashtra. Initially, the samples were 426, out of which growth was obtained only in the 42 samples, out of which 10 were excluded, being cons, and in the end, only 32 samples were taken, along with their antimicrobial susceptibility patterns. So the result revealed that 29 patients out of 32 were male, and from all the cases, main etiology was chronic liver disease. That is in 20 patients, which contributes about 62.5 to 50%, followed by CKD patients. So diversity of microorganisms were obtained, and the commonest being the gram-negative bacilli. So in the right upper side, you can see the gram-negative organisms which were isolated in the study. The commonest were Acinetobacter species and E. coli, being isolated from 5 samples each, followed by Pseudomonas aeruginosa and Enterobacter cloacae, isolated from 3 samples. And 3 samples were gram-positive cocci, out of which 1 was Staphylococcus aureus and 2 were Enterococcus faecium. 2 Candida species isolated were Candida albicans and Candida parapsilosis. Furthermore, the study shed light on the emergence of the antimicrobial resistance. As we can see here, the ampicillin is resistant to almost 100. Ampicillin was resistant in 100% of isolates, be it intrinsically resistant or extrinsically resistant. So this is the ampicillin resistance, which is present in 100% of the cases. Also, as the physician prescribed the third generation cephalosporins, we can see here ceftriaxone is also resistant in more than 60% of cases. Also, BL-BLI combinations such as amoxiclav, which is resistant in more than 80% cases, and piptaz is also resistant in more than 60% of cases. Among the gram-positive bacteria, all the three isolates were resistant to erythromycin, ciprofloxacin, and penicillin. Only Staphylococcus aureus was found to be sensitive to vancomycin. Both the Enterococcus faecium species were resistant to vancomycin. In the Candida species, they were sensitive to caspofungin, fluconazole, amphotericin B, and voriconazole. Both the species were sensitive to them. So three isolates also have the mixed infection. First one had Escherichia coli and Proteus mirabilis, out of which E. coli was sensitive to only cotrimoxazole and Proteus mirabilis was sensitive to piptaz. The second isolated Klebsiella pneumoniae, which was pan-resistant, along with Candida tropicalis, which was sensitive to all the antifungals. Then third isolated Enterococcus faecium, which was sensitive to vancomycin and linezolid, along with Candida tropicalis, which was sensitive to antifungals. So to conclude, ascitic fluid is an important sample which aids the clinician in distinguishing between infectious and non-infectious causes of ascites. And ascitic fluid infections are characterized by a diverse microbial profile, which we have seen in this study. And nearly half of the isolated bacteria were observed to be MDR, and identification of specific pathogens along with the susceptibility pattern is very important for the early detection and appropriate management of the infections in patients with ascites. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you for finishing well in advance before the timer is up. Dr. Prerna, what made you take up this topic for your dissertation?
Ma'am, actually my...
It's your guide's choice, right? Okay, fine.
I was doing...
There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide. I agree. Okay, fine. Why I asked you this question was, did you go and see any of these patients? Were they on any active peritoneal dialysis because they had chronic kidney disease? Or was there an ascitic or a peritoneal drain, pigtail drain, which was there?
Actually, it was a retrospective study.
Okay.
So I haven't seen them, but in my department, I have seen cases like that.
No, these were retrospective studies, so obviously their
No,
case
no.
records would be available. So did you go through the case records?
Yes, ma'am, I have seen them.
You've gone through them. So did you find any of this? Because many of your pathogens, if you see your table which you had projected, had a number of non-fermenters, and many of them are skin colonizers, and we consider most of them as extraneous. So, and you also had yeast. Now, yeast entry into the ascitic, fluid, okay, that is not a very common phenomena unless and until you have a drain and the sample has been collected from the drain. So, whenever you say, and you have projected all the antibiotic sensitivity together. See, we have certain organisms which are intrinsic to many of these antibiotics. So, if you project the data and you build up an antibiogram, a generic kind of a thing, it will give a wrong impression or in fact information to the clinician. Okay, so patient management would get jeopardized. So better is that you categorize and then put the respective antibiotics and also discuss the intrinsic antibiotics, saying that this cannot be tested. Fine, and always go back and see the patients whenever you have time. This is for everybody who's handling clinical samples. Please, it's very important. Okay, just by sitting in the lab and saying that we have isolated MDR pathogens may not be correct, right? Okay, since you're in your second year, I think you can implement this for your own self. Thank you, but good presentation. Thank you.
So, very good presentation. But I just want to ask you one question. That you have included patient with the CLD, and then CKD, but three patients were there. So have you done subgroup analysis in all these three patients? Though number of patients in CKDs were very small, but have you done subgroup analysis that what is the difference between the phenotype of organism which have grown in different groups. They were different or it was same. I mean, what do you expect clinically? So that as a clinician, if a patient is, for me, peritonitis is broadly two category. One is primary, like in CLD, it is a different pathogenesis as compared to CKD, as ma'am told, that may be a patient may be on peritoneal dialysis. So we as a physician expect polymicrobial growth. For example, if patient is with perforation, so we expect polymicrobial growth as compared to single organism growth. In case of CLD, it is a different pathogenesis difference. Is because of translocation of bacteria from the gut. So most of the cases we expect mono microbial growth, single microbial growth. So have you done subgroup analysis between all three
In
groups?
the samples received, they specifically mention ascitic fluid. When they send it through the peritoneal tube, they mention it there on the form of it. That it is from the
Okay.
peritoneal dialysis tube.
Peritoneal dialysis catheter.
Yes.
Okay, okay. And second thing was very surprising. What was the most common organism you have isolated in patient with CLD? Have you examined that data or not?
In
CLD.
the E. coli and
E. coli was the most common. So that is unexpected line. So I think you should have done more patients. Group number of patients is too small to conclude, and you should have done subgroup analysis to find that how the different subgroup what type of organism you grow, and that will help us to plan treatment very accurately rather than taking all the patient together and then giving analyzing the data. So I think you should have done took more patients and should have done subgroup analysis, right? That would have given us a better idea of culture sensitivity of the patient. Thank you very much.
Dr. Prerna, it was a very nice presentation, and one of my queries is approximately same as that of sir, because you should perform subgroup analysis, because you should have taken more precisely the spontaneous bacterial peritonitis, because clinician whenever send you the fluid, the ascitic fluid, it's only because if there is abdominal tenderness or there is turbidity in the sample, then usually clinicians send the samples. So there can be peritonitis, or ascites can be due to either appendicitis or any perforation. So it should be more precise. Then secondly, I just want to ask, you have taken 1 year data, retrospective data. From it, you have got only 42 growth. Among them, 10 are commensals. So your effective sample is only 32. So have you calculated the sample size? Because it doesn't, 32 samples doesn't extrapolate what actual burden of the disease you are having in your institute. You should have calculated the sample size through the prevalence in your particular area or some national data. Then it might be it's a retrospective study. You could have taken 4-year or 5-year data. Sample size must have been increased by that.
It was approximately 15% in various studies I was looking for observation, but in my case it was approximately 9.2%.
9.2. Okay. And lastly, I want to ask that what is the methodology of your ascitic fluid culture? Have you done in just
In the blood culture bottle.
in blood culture bottle? Okay, okay. Thank you.
Next up on the stage is Dr. Abhishek Paul, JR AFMC Pune.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Abhishek, and I'll be presenting on my topic is fast track reporting and antibiotic stewardship, unleashing the power of direct susceptibility testing by disc diffusion from blood culture broth flag positive by the automated system for enterobacterials. So approximately 20 to 50% of the morbidity in hospitalized patient is due to bloodstream infection, and administration of early antibiotics is seen beneficial and helps in improve the survival of the patients. However, about 30 to 40% of the patients they get inappropriate antibiotics, either in the form of underdosing or use of inappropriate antibiotics like wrong choice of antibiotics till the AST results are available. Now, AST results help us in the decision to change the antibiotic therapy to definite therapy from the empirical one, or it can also help us in the escalation or de-escalation of the antibiotic therapy. Now, the routine process of an AST is that after the collection of blood, what we do is we wait till the blood culture bottle is flagged. After it flags, it takes about 48 to 72 hours for the report to be ready. But this method, it cuts down the time to 16 to 18 hours from the time that the blood culture bottle has flagged. Uh, so the aim of this study was to evaluate the effectiveness of direct susceptibility testing against the standard method using this diffusion on flag positive blood culture broth as a rapid tool for reporting as well as stewardship. So it's a cross-sectional single center study, and the period was from 1st May to 24th of July 2023, and it was conducted in a tertiary care center in western Maharashtra. And my sample size in this defined period were 81 flag positive blood culture bottles. My inclusion criteria were that the flag positive blood culture bottle which showed gram negative bacilli on direct stain from the bottle was included, and I excluded any bottle that had more than 2 organisms either on the direct stain or on routine culture if more than 2 colonies are obtained. And any organism on direct gram stain, if I see any organism other than GNV, I excluded that. Also, after doing the AST, when the final identification was available, if they were not enterobacterials, they were excluded. So the final sample size after all these exclusion criteria came down to 51. So what I did for the DST method was, after the blood culture bottle flagged positive, I took the bottle. It's important to note that this thing of doing it from the blood culture bottle was done within 8 hours of flagging. After the bottle flags, within 8 hours I did this. So I took the bottle, mixed it, inverted it 5 to 10 times to mix it, and then I put 4 drops of the broth on the MHA plate and did lawn culture. After that, I put the antibiotic disc. I used 8 antibiotic discs, which I'll be showing subsequently, as per the CLSI guidelines, and incubated it for 16 to 18 hours and interpreted the zones. For the EST method, I use this standard method of making 0.5 McFarland from the colonies that are obtained from the routine culture, and same putting the antibiotic disc incubation at 37 degrees, followed by interpretation of the zones. Now, in my study, the maximum number of isolates from the blood culture were Klebsiella pneumoniae. This total isolates were 16, which account for about 31% of the isolates. The next 2 isolates were the E. coli, Escherichia coli, which was about 27%, that is 14, and Salmonella typhi, which was about 21%, that is about 11 samples. The rest were Salmonella typhi, Paratyphi A, Paratyphi B, and Enterobacter cloacae. Now, these are the 2 plates that show. The plate on the right shows the DST method that I did from the 4 drops of the blood culture broth, and on the side, the same antibiotics have been shown in this plate. And on the left is the one that I have done with the 0.5 McFarland of the growth. Now, I also took out the errors, and they were calculated according to the FDA guidelines. The references are given in the top. So, the most number of errors were found in the case of tobramycin 3 and aztreonam. It is also important to note that all the major and very major errors were for Salmonella Paratyphi A. Now, from this chart, we can see that there is almost perfect agreement between all the antibiotics that have been used. That is about all the kappa value of all the antibiotics were more than 0.8. However, it is important to note that I did not for ciprofloxacin, the total number of isolates were 34, because it has not been used for Salmonella species. So, to conclude, I'll say the implementation of DST by disc diffusion in clinical workflow, it can significantly reduce the turnaround time. This enables clinicians to make an informed decision, and instead of starting an empirical antibiotic, if there is a change of antibiotic, suppose from this study we can see, like I said, the 8 antibiotics have been used. Suppose the patient has been started on ceftriaxone and it is resistant by the AST method, and we are giving this report almost a day prior to the DST method, and we are giving this report almost a day prior to the AST method. so the clinician can immediately shift to the higher antibiotic like meropenem if required, and this can improve the uh, outcome in a critically ill patient. Moreover, as I mentioned earlier also, this is a rapid method, so it can facilitate the early de-escalation and unnecessary use of antibiotics, broad spectrum antibiotics. This will lead to the reduced antibiotic pressure, and potentially it can limit the emergence of resistance in the long run. Now also it is important to note that why did I include the disc diffusion method, because it has few advantages in a setup like ours in India, because first of all, resources might not be available freely in all the hospitals, like in peripheral hospitals. So it is cheap, it is flexible, and also it allows us to for the visibility of the growth. We can check if there from the stain it might not be a we might see a GNB, but on the plate there might be two types of growth. So those can be excluded, and any other abnormalities in the cultures like double zone, everything we can interpret from the disc diffusion method. This is why I included disc diffusion. Also, given the sheer volume of the patient that we have, using automated system might not be feasible always. These are my references.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Abhishek, good study. This is the study that all of us need to do right now. Are you aware that CLSI already has its guideline for the DST for blood? Okay. And which other sample do you think that DST can be applied for, clinical sample, other than blood?
We can go for, ma'am, for the sterile fluids, we can go for like CSF and other ascitic fluid and everything. We can go for the DST method, ma'am.
Right now, the guidelines are also available for urine, which is very well collected, because we expect urine to be monobacterial. So all specimens where you expect monobacterial infection, there you can apply this method. Okay. You said for salmonella you have not used ciprofloxacin. Can you tell me why?
Yes, ma'am, because actually, ma'am, for salmonella, CLSI clearly mentions that none of the antibiotics can demonstrate the resistance. Well, a single antibiotic cannot demonstrate all the mechanisms of resistance.
So what is the, the idea of bringing in something that CLSI has done?
Ma'am, although CLSI has brought in perfloxacin there, but even
we don't have p-floxacin in India.
Yeah,
okay. So what can we do with ciprofloxacin itself? You have a higher cutoff margin, okay, for blood isolates of salmonella. So that takes care of all the fluoroquinolone mechanisms of resistance against this antibiotic in salmonella.
And secondly,
Okay.
ma'am, it also mentions that MICs are a better marker for
Ciprofloxacin MIC is the gold standard, right? And you had a agreement error in salmonella.
Yeah, ma'am, paratyphi, ma'am.
Why?
It was mostly for ampicillin, aztreonam, and that was there for salmonella paratyphi A, ma'am. All the major errors that I had, it was like for ampicillin, ma'am, there are 3 antibiotics with major error, very major error. All the 3 are from a single isolate of salmonella paratyphi A, ma'am.
Did you go back to the isolate and see the MICs for that?
Ma'am, no, that I didn't do.
Do that. That will help you in identifying why you got that major error,
Right.
particularly for ampicillin. Okay. Thank you. But good presentation.
A really good study. So as a clinician, it will really help us, because there is a lot of pressure when we receive patients who are critically ill, especially patients with suffering from septic shock. So definitely we do treat patient initially with empirical antibiotics, and definitely it will be very helpful if we get an early culture sensitivity report. Second thing, I just want to know that what is your idea about what is the prevalence of neridic acid resistance in our country? Do you have any idea? You've read about NAR resistance in our country?
This provided was-
Okay. So as a clinician nowadays, we are rarely using quinolone, ciprofloxacin, as a drug for enteric fever, because in all Asian countries, we have very high NAR resistance because of empirical inappropriate use of quinolone, especially ciprofloxacin and ofloxacin. So we are nowadays, just for your knowledge, we are just nowadays empirically not using ciprofloxacin as an empirical drug for management of enteric. We are using nowadays cefixime as a drug empirically till we get a culture sensitive report. Or in a complicated enteric, we are using ceftriaxone as the first drug of choice. So it's a really good presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Abhishek. It was a very good and novel initiative. But I just want to ask that how will you decide? You have just told that if you're getting a gram-negative isolate in your microscopy, then you'll go for direct sensitivity testing. How will you decide that which antibiotics to be used? Because now we are having NARS network, that is in the National Antimicrobial Surveillance Network, in which priority pathogens, priority samples, panels for antibiotic are present for them. The panel for E. coli is different, panel for Klebsiella is different, Salmonella, Shigella is different. However, it's for stool sample. Salmonella is for blood also. So how will you decide that this antibiotic panel is required for this? Because you are getting just only GNB. You're not isolated that which kind of GNB you are getting.
Sir, the idea behind this project was actually we are trying to implement in our center. Like we have Malditov with us. So although for this study I have done the routine biochemical reactions, not the Malditov. But the idea is once we get the growth, like so suppose today we have cultured the from the blood culture broth, and the patient is actually ill. So we put the DST method. From that, next day when you get the cultures, Malditov hardly takes 15 minutes to give us the ID for of the.
Is that you have the Malditov, but
Yes,
for other institutes which do not have Malditov, is it feasible for them?
Sir, for this study, sir, I had particularly taken enterobacterial. So with the background that I have Malditov with me, and we are trying to implement, sir. So that was.
Okay, but already it's very good study. Thank you.
I can think you're answering his question in some way because we did this when we didn't have our Malditov. So, I mean, we tried this for both for blood and urine simultaneously. And that time, in fact, CLSI had also not come out with its own guidelines. So when we had suggested, we had mailed to the CLSI with our blood results, So that time, then CLSI responded back that they are making the guidelines for the DST. So anyhow, so what you can do is, since you will not know what organism you're dealing with other than the Gram's reaction. Okay, so you put up the entire panel, but do a cascade reporting. Cascade would be just the antibiotics that you would need for that particular isolate to be managed, right? And the primary line, not the secondary, not the tertiary. Okay, fine. And restrict it to the sample also. So that is the idea of a cascade reporting. Okay, fine. And I mean, if you have also not got a MALDI also, that would still save you one more day. So you are still ahead of 16 hours instead of giving the result at the end of 48 hours. Fine. So it works both the ways. When you have a MALDI and you don't have a MALDI. So any questions from the audience? No? Okay. Thank you, Abhishek.
Dr. Arushi Gupta, JR AIMS Rishikesh, to come up on the stage for the next presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Today, I am Dr. Arushi Gupta. I am a JR from AIMS Rishikesh from the Department of Microbiology. Today, I'll be presenting MDR, which is probably the next pandemic that we are going to face. In this study, we evaluated various characterization methods of multi-drug resistant bacteria and studied their antimicrobial susceptibility pattern, especially in gastrointestinal samples. Introduction. Beta-lactam drugs such as extended-spectrum penicillins, cephalosporins, monobactams, carbapenem and fluoroquinolones are the most injudiciously used antibiotics used to treat the gastrointestinal infections caused by gram-negative bacteria. The most important mechanism of this dreaded menace being production of beta-lactamases. Before we start the presentation, this is a brief introduction about the organism that we studied extensively in this presentation, E. coli, which is also can be known as a hidden penicillin enemy, because the race to race outsmart bacteria, they evolved to become resistant to antimicrobials. This is not new. In fact, the first beta-lactamase enzyme that can break down drugs like penicillin was identified in E. coli even before penicillin was used as a drug in patients. My research objectives were: first, phenotypic and genotypic characterization of various multi-drug resistant bacteria. Second objective was to study their antimicrobial susceptibility pattern in gastrointestinal samples. For phenotypic methods, we first collected the routine GIT samples that were sent to the AIIMS Rishikesh lab. Then they were conventionally identified for gram-negative bacterial isolates. For enzyme characterization of ESBL and MBL, we used E-strip method, double disc diffusion method, PCR and DNA. It is not showing in the presentation, must have shifted. But for MBL, we also used IMP and EDTA disc diffusion method. This is just a picture of my workspace that we used for conventional identification of gram-negative isolates. This is the epsilometer test that we applied. This is a rabidic carb-NB test that we applied for phenotypic characterization. This is the genotypic characterization that was carried out by our PhD. He is extensively studying this, and he collected the samples and extracted DNA by magnetic beads. Then he quantified the DNA by gel qubit method, amplified it, and then the bands were studied. For our research, the sample size was 1961 Enterobacteriaceae species, out of which ESBL were identified as 145, in which Klebsiella were 58 and E. coli were 87. For MBL, we isolated 14 isolates, for which Klebsiella were 8 and E. coli were 6. This is the differences of the various phenotypic characterization methods that we did, including E-strip, double disc diffusion method, ESBL on chrome agar, and gene detection. This is for MBL. As we can see, the maximum were identified by IMP and EDTA disc diffusion method. This is a flowchart of the amount we isolated for ESBL and MBL. As we can clearly see, Klebsiella was isolated for 57.1% for ESBL, and E. coli had a maximum production of MBL. This is a peaks generated by the Sanger sequencer showing mutation at the particular region. As we can see, there are a few overlapping regions which can show mutations. This is the multiple sequence alignment for the mutated protein gene sequence among the E. coli. This was done using the BLAST. This is the first study in Rishikesh, India, demonstrating high rate of BLAST CTX type ESBL producing E. coli. The DNA sequence ESBL and blood TM positive strain showed 99% similarity with GI infected E. coli. The sequences obtained by sequencing have been submitted under the gene bank under accession number 2344590. What are the take-home messages that we can implement? First, the multi-drug resistant E. coli has emerged as a significant global health concern due to its ability to resist multiple antibiotics and challenge traditional treatment approaches. The genomic analysis reveals the presence of resistance genes including ESBL and MBL contributing to the multiple drug resistance phenotype. Strategies to combat the spread of MDR E. coli impasse prudent antibiotic use, infection control measures, and exploration of novel treatment modalities such as phage therapy and precision medicine. Addressing the challenge of MDR E. coli also necessitates multidisciplinary approach involving clinicians and researchers to preserve the effectiveness of antibiotics and safeguard public health. Thank you.
Thank you. Arushi, what is the important message that you are trying to convey through your study?
Ma'am, firstly that this is just a snapshot study that we are currently learning from and conducting on a higher level. This only includes the gut pathogens, and this only includes a small group of bacteria, that is enterobacterials, also in that E. coli. But currently we are learning from our limitations of the study, and we are conducting this study on a higher level, which includes a multicentric study, all the organisms, and also other, like we have only tested for MBL carbapenem resistance, but we also need to test for fluoroquinolones and other drugs that we are giving the patients. So we are conducting this on a higher level right now.
Let me be a little clarified on this. I think what you were discussing right now was with commensal gut organisms, not just pathogens, right? So what is the idea of detecting this kind of drug resistance amongst commensal organisms? It holds a lot of importance.
Yes, ma'am. It definitely depends on the patient profile, because a single organism can be a commensal in a patient, and it can be a colonizer or pathogenic in others.
Agreed.
And this
Did
study-
you ask or did you find out from these patients from whom the samples were collected whether they had received any antibiotics in the last 30 days? Why is it important?
Yes, ma'am. All the clinical microbiological profile of the patients were assessed, including their age, their gender, what is the hospital duration that they are admitted, if they are admitted or not admitted, if they are OPD patients, and what is the ward if they are admitted, depending on the department of the patient. What is the sample that has been sent? What is the antibiotic that have been empirically given to the patient, and what more can be given according to what we have been.
These were all admitted patients in your hospital?
No, ma'am. They were all the samples that we had received, whether it was OPD, IPD, or whether it was ICU patients, all of them were examined.
So you have not categorized them from where they have originated.
No, ma'am, not in this study, we have not characterized.
Why is it important to understand where the patient is from? And suppose you have isolated MDR from a commensal, MDR phenotype from a commensal organism in the community or in a hospital, what is the impact of this finding?
Ma'am, it definitely depends. For example, if we have an ICU patient and we are isolating an MDR pathogen, then we need to know whether the patient is on room air or if the patient is intubated, because it must be that it is a colonizer of the tube, that we need to change the tube or the central line or the catheter, so that the patient, it must be a biofilm formation.
Okay, since you have provoked another thing, if you are isolating MDR or a carbapenemase resistant in a person who's shifted to the ICU, what would you like to do? What else from the point of infection control?
Ma'am, we would like to implement hospital infection control measures, firstly. Secondly, we will
What kind of infection control measures?
ma'am, we will
Which transmission based precaution would you take in such a patient?
ma'am,
Would you also like to do some cohorting of such patients?
yes, ma'am, we can do that, and we mostly it is
So isolation plus cohorting, and of course because you will be dealing with them more and more, especially the healthcare professionals, so contact based precautions are important, right? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Really very nice study, and it is a very alarming results you have shown. But same question I just want to clarify, that you must have included the patient from community. You should have taken a group analysis, that whether this patient they are from, whether they have any exposure to antibiotics or they were from hospital, sorry, and you should have compared with the group from the community itself. So because resistance is not only because somebody is taking antibiotic as a patient or is exposed to antibiotic. There are a lot of other things in food. We are getting a lot of exposure to antibiotic. For example, poultry. So we sometimes forget that we are only taking antibiotics from as a patient. No, we are taking antibiotics in other forms also. So I think it's a really good study. But one thing I want to add, you must have included a control group from the community, to compare that what kind of resistance we are getting from hospital acquired infections or from acquiring from the hospital and from the community itself. So thank you very much. Really good study.
Any questions from the
It's not a question, actually, it's a comment basically. Just taking up what Dr. Jharna and Dr. Singh has said, that there is a translocation of gut bacteria to the blood. So this is called gut derived sepsis. So this is very common in neonates and ICU settings. So it is very important that in the hospital we do some screening of at least carbapenem resistant. ESBLs are very common, they have been common for a long time. But the carbapenem resistance, it depends on the units also. Some units may have high endemic rates kind of thing, but some units you still, like Dr. Jhanna said, that cohort nursing, contact precautions, and there are no isolation beds in government hospitals at least. So at least you can cohort them together and you can assign the nurses to look after them. So I was just
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Ma'am, we have a very good HSCC network in our hospital, and they conduct regular rounds, and ICUs go for regular workshops on how to follow infection control procedures because of this antimicrobial resistance that is increasing in our community. So that is being followed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next presenter?
Next we have Dr. Sadab, JR Al Falah School of Medical Science and Research Center, Haryana.
So good morning everyone. Myself Shadab Khan from Al Falah School of Medical Science and Research Center, Faridabad. I will present my research study prevalence of fecal carriage of ESBL multi-drug resistance E. coli in a rural community. So gastrointestinal tract of commensal are extensively colonized by commensal microbial flora. This supports human health and nutrition by promoting nutrient supply, inhibiting pathogens, colonization, and maintaining homeostasis of the intestinal immune systems. Indiscriminate use of antibiotics, substandard drug quality in poor posologies, self-medications, unqualified practitioners have influenced the composition and populations of normal gut flora. So the likely role of commensal gut flora in emergence and spread of antimicrobial resistance among pathogens has been globally accepted. Fecal E. coli has been utilized as a reliable indicator for the surveillance and spread of antimicrobial resistance among pathogens. The extensive intestinal carriage of ESBL producing E. coli among both patients and healthy individuals is distressing. Such bacteria cause life-threatening hospital-acquired infection as well as recurrent urinary tract infection in the community setting with high risk of morbidity. The worldwide prevalence of this multi-drug resistance bacteria in hospital setting remains undetermined. Hence, this study we have detected the prevalence of multi-drug resistance E. coli in a rural community of Faridabad districts in Haryana. So the aim and objective of my study is to find out the prevalence of antimicrobial resistance and extend spectrum beta-lactamase productions in fecal E. coli isolates among the patients attending tertiary care hospital in rural setting. The prospective study was conducted at the Department of Microbiology, Al Falah School of Medical Science and Research Center, Faridabad, over a period of 6 months, from January 2023 to June 2023, after obtaining approval from the Institutional Ethical and Research Committee. A total of 70 stool samples of patients from outpatient departments were included in the study. Total sample received from various OPDs were inoculated on a McConkey agar plate and incubated aerobically at 37 degrees centigrade for 18 to 24 hours. E. coli isolates were identified as per the colony characteristics, gram staining, motility, and standard biochemical reactions. Antibiotic sensitivity testing by Kirby-Borg disc diffusion methods. Extended spectrum beta-lactamase production in E. coli was detected by screening test and phenotypic confirmatory disc diffusion test. Screening tests for ESBL bacterial isolates were examined for their susceptibility to third generation cephalosporins like ceftazidime and cefetoxime disc. If the zone of inhibition was more than less than 22 mm for ceftazidime and less than 27 mm for cefetoxime, the isolates was considered as potential ESBL producer. It is confirmed by carried out using the combined disc test CDT. In this test, ceftazidime disc along and in combination with clavulanic acid were applied onto a plate of molar Hinton agar inoculated with the test strain. Plates were read for zone of inhibition after 24 hours of incubations. Isolates showing an increase more than 5 mm in the zone of inhibition for the ceftazidime disc and ceftazidime clavulanic acid were considered positive for ESBL productions. For standardization used E. coli ATCC 25922 as a control. In the current study, a total 70 stool samples were inoculated during a period of 6 months from January to June 23rd. Out of 70 samples, a total of 50 E. coli isolated were obtained. So it's a pictures of E. coli on McConkey agar showing lactose fermenting colonies. These are the biochemical reactions of E. coli. Right to left, indole is positive, urease citrate negative, TSI acid by acid, and all sugars are ferment, nitrate and MR is positive. So antimicrobial sensitivity, the isolate with abate susceptibility with breakpoint of less than 22 mm for ceftazidime, less than 25 mm for cefetoxime, and less than 27 for ceftriaxone was suspected for ESBL producers. It is conferred by combined this test, the phenotypic confirmation test. In this image, ceftazidime and ceftazidime clavulanic acid is used. The isolate shows ESBL producer. So the majority of our study sample shows rise in age group less than 10, which is 64%, followed by age group 11 to 20, which is 20%. Male predominance was 60%, and the male female ratio was 1.5 ratio 1. Resistance to individual antibiotics, ciprofloxacin is more common resistance 90%, followed by ceftriaxone 84% and gentamicin 82%. ESBL distributions, in my study ultimately ESBL producer is high 74% and negative 26%. In the current study, intestinal carriage of multidrug resistant E. coli among OPD patients attending a tertiary care hospital in a rural community has been detected 74%. These MDR ESBL E. coli could be life-threatening as people may develop complicated urinary, intra-abdominal or bloodstream infection at any point during lifetime. Sometimes a tenacious urinary tract infection may become recurrent, leading to increased morbidity. Horizontal transfer of MDR E. coli genes to other flora within the human gut as well as to other people is responsible for increasing worldwide incidence of MDR E. coli. Biza YM et al. Have reviewed the worldwide prevalence of human fecal ESBL E. coli carriage of 16.5% with highest carriage rates in South Asia. Karnik et al. To have shown the highest prevalence rate in Southeast Asia and lowest prevalence rate in Americas. In other study carried out Mendel DK et al. In Nepal, fecal carriage of ESBL producing E. coli was 77% is in this. This is in concordance to our study. In our study, ESBL E. coli showed high resistance rate to ciprofloxacin, followed by ceftriaxone and gentamicin. Similar study results were revealed in studies done in Nepal and Cameroon. We observed least resistance to. Our study has high carriage rate probably due to short study period and comparatively less number of the samples. In our study has revealed a high and increasing prevalence of MDR E. coli among OPD patients with signals a devastating post-antibiotics. Limitations of my studies, short duration of the study, less number of the sample, and we restricted our study to fecal E. coli. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Sadab. You said that this is a source of UTI.
Yes,
How?
Because ma'am, in female patients, the genital area is near about.
What about the others?
Ma'am, through lower UTI. So
You were talking about something about crosstalk or translocation of genes within the gut E. coli.
yes,
So how does that happen within the gut organisms or commensals?
ma'am, horizontal gene transfer.
What is the media through which the horizontal gene transfer happens? You're right.
Yes,
So what is the actual method through which these genes get transmitted?
ma'am, it may be transferred by upper urinary tract. No,
Somebody said plasmids.
plasmids. Oh, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So it's not that it will restrict itself to its own genus, it can move off to other genera.
Other
That is the danger.
It's really a good study. So actually it gives us some idea what our patient from community they are having, how much MDR resistant rate they have. So just another question, same question,
Yes.
that what was the clinical profile of this patient when you why they were visiting OPDs, but whether they were suffering from UTI already or they were suffering from some, they have excluded these patients or not?
So in my study, most patients were suspected of for parasitic worms infections.
Okay.
So all the OPD samples I put on the cultures.
Okay. So you have excluded the patient who were suffering from UTI or other infections?
Yes, sir. And patients those are on antibiotics.
They was not on
They
antibiotics.
were on antibiotics.
They were on antibiotics.
So yes, sir. On antibiotics patients I will exclude it.
You excluded the patient on antibiotics.
Yes.
So
So
thank you.
So as Sarah asked you that these patients are voluntarily given their sample or they are suffering from GIT upset.
so they are suffering from GIT.
GIT upset. Okay, and you are the first person till now who has written that you have taken permission from the institutional ethical committee. So that's really nice, because you have to take permission from the ethical committee. Then if you are working on a patient sample, have you taken consent from this patient?
No, sir. I have not taken them.
Because it's his or her property.
Sir, maximum patients, it's a new setup. So, Alpha Life School of Medical Science and Research Center is a new setup. So most it is emerging
No,
hospital.
basically, I'm not pointing out. I'm just adding the thing that you should have taken consent also. And further studies, you and all the students who are sitting here, consent is a must. Consent and ethical approval is a must.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am.
I'm curious that your 20% of the patients you didn't grow E. coli. What could be the cause? Out of 70, you got 50.
Ma'am, 20%, 20% is out of 70. Ma'am, 20 were strepto, 20 were Klebsiella species, Klebsiella oxytoca, and Klebsiella pneumoniae, and Citrobacter species. So I will include in my study only E. coli.
At 11 a.m. we have poster presentation judgment, so kindly be present besides your poster for the same at the mentioned time. Now we are taking a short break for light refreshments. Dr. Manmeet to kindly accompany the judges to the auditorium. Meanwhile, Dr. Poonam Sharma will supervise the PGs for preliminary round of the quiz. So the PGs be please seated here for the quiz. All the postgraduates, please move to the front rows for the quiz. be floating a Google form, so kindly mark your attendance on a sheet of paper.
Hello. Kindly mark your attendance on the PG paper on the sheet, because we will only include those which are physically present. As it is on the Google form, I will share this in your group. PG quiz group, we will share the form, and as it is on Google form, the students who are sitting physically here, they will be counted for the final round. But just for the 10 minutes, only 10 minutes. 20 questions are there, but you can finish them within 10 to 15 minutes. So just mark your attendance so that I can share the Google form in the group. यहाँ आ जाओ,
Hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello.
confirmatory findings of acute pancreatitis on abdominal imaging. Causes of acute pancreatitis can be gallstone induced, which is the most common cause, followed by alcohol. There can be other causes including pancreatic obstruction, pancreatic divisum, sphincter of Oddi dysfunction, hyperlipidemia, hypercalcemia. There can be drugs. There can be iatrogenic injury like in post-ERCP cases. There can be autoimmune causes, there can be hereditary causes, or there can be blunt trauma. Blunt trauma is seen mostly in children. Pancreatitis is one of the most common gastrointestinal causes of hospitalization in many countries. The clinical spectrum and manifestation of of acute pancreatitis range from mild self-limiting disease to severe and sometimes fatal disease, which can include local and systemic involvement. There can be simple abdominal pain, nausea or vomiting, or there can be SIRS, systemic inflammatory response syndrome. For the diagnosis of SIRS, 2 out of the following should be present: oral temperature more than 38 degrees Celsius or less than 36 degrees Celsius, TLC count more than 12,000 or less than 4,000, or more than 10% bands, or heart rate more than 90, or PaCO2 less than 32, or respiratory rate of more than 20. The aims and objectives of my study are to study the clinical and microbiological profile of patients in acute pancreatitis, and to study the cultural sensitivity in pancreatic collection or necrosis in tissue cultures, which were 11. 9 showed growth of gram-negative organisms and 2 showed gram-positive. Most common organism again was Klebsiella in 6 samples. This study helped us to find out how clinical profile of the patients with acute pancreatitis is related to the microbiological profile. Peripancreatic collection and tissue cultures showed growth of various organisms, and these patients were in need for NGFT, ICU care, ventilator support, and inodrops. They were not only managed medically but also with radiological, endoscopic, or surgical interventions, with increased length of hospital stay with average of 19 days. Thus, it is very important to intervene early to decrease the mortality and morbidity of patients by correlating the clinical and microbiological profiles.
Thank you. Dr. Abhinav, this tells us a lot of important things, facts. First thing, but before saying all that, what were the means of collecting the samples? Was it only the PCD drain tube?
No, ma'am. Actually, this is a part of my study. I am doing the samples that will come positive in PCD collections and tissue cultures. I'll study them further, like in other samples like urine, blood cultures, and I'll study them too. How many samples?
So what what in fact would be important for all of us here is how many of them, from the tissue and from the PCD, because the profile would be different from both, right? Something which has been collected with absolute aseptic precaution, and that would be the tissue sample. Was any other sample taken during the ERCP procedure?
No, not
any other endoscopic procedure?
Yes, ma'am. One sample was collected from the bile.
Okay. So, because such things would, tell you about what would be the actual causative organisms, and then you can build up the antibiogram with the help of the microbiologist in your institute, and that would actually help you in treating these patients. So, how long would you have given the antibiotics to these cases who were having acute pancreatitis?
Ma'am, they were given antibiotics during from after day 7, as per the
guidelines.
Yes, ma'am. Or if they had fever.
Okay. Thank you.
So, just I want to ask one important question. That you said you have taken sample from the patient. What was the time of sampling? What was the day of pancreatitis from the day of diagnosis? And from which day you have collected the sample?
Sir,
and what is its clinical implication?
Sir, when the patient had fever or there was persistent rising trend in the TLC.
See, fever and persistent rising trend is a part of SIRS. In any acute pancreatitis patient can present with fever and TLC can rise. So that my question is, what was the precise? Have you mentioned time of sampling? and which day you started sampling. So next question is that how this study will help us to choose antibiotic when, which day of pancreatitis. Does this study tells us that when you have admitted the patient to say day 1 of pancreatitis and you start considering antibiotic on day 7 or day 10, which day? Does this study give us some idea about when to initiate antibiotic except from all other parameters?
So that I'll consider to incorporate when we take the sample.
Secondarily, do you think that every patient of pancreatitis they will have bacterial infection, or what was the incidence of bacterial infection when patient has necrositis or necrosis, necrotic pancreatitis, or when it is not patient having necrosis? Or you have included all the patient, mild, moderate to severe pancreatitis, or only included patient with severe
I have
pancreatitis?
included all the patients, but I have taken the samples for this presentation only the peripancreatic fractions and necrosectomy
Only peripancreatic?
and and post-necrosectomy tissue culture.
Only necrotic. So it means you have taken samples from patients who are suffering from necrotic pancreatitis, right? So when you take sample from patient necrotic sample, it is high chance that these are the patients who actually require antibiotic treatment, and necrosis usually happen after 7 days of the disease, right? So you should have considered the time of sampling, right? That would have give us a great idea about when to initiate antibiotic, because there is a lot of controversy regarding starting prophylactic antibiotics in case of acute pancreatitis, है ना? So some suggest to start antibiotic early, some say no, for suppose 7 days you don't start with antibiotics, है ना, right?
Yes, sir.
So you should have included the day which you have taken the sample, right? Otherwise risky. Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor. As sir and ma'am has said that you have taken the sample of only peripancreatic and pancreatic tissue. So basically, acute pancreatitis complicates as necrotizing pancreatitis after 7 to 10 days. And your organism isolated is mainly, you have pointed out Klebsiella, and in AST you have pointed out only colistin. And we all know that acute pancreatitis, when complicates as necrotizing pancreatitis, then mainly infection we get from the gut flora. So can you please clarify why only written Klebsiella only and AST in colistin only?
Sir, actually, I have written most common organism that was isolated. There were other isolates as well, like E. coli, Acinetobacter. This was the most common.
The audience? If not, then thank you.
Next we have Dr. Nisha Singh, PhD student, PGI Chandigarh.
A very good morning to everyone. So today I am presenting my PhD work, a small part of my PhD work, which I have done under the guidance of Dr. Neelam Kaneja ma'am, Professor in Head, Department of Medical Microbiology, PGIMER, Chandigarh. So the title of the work is Genomic Insight into Non-Cernified Vibrio cholerae Causing Clinical Infection in a Hotspot of Cholera, a Paradigm Shift in Our Understanding. So introducing to the topic, as we all know, cholera is an ancient acute dehydrating disease which is caused by consumption of contaminated food and water. The disease is caused by gram-negative bacteria Vibrio cholerae, which has more than 200 serogroups, out of which O1 and O1C 9 serogroups are responsible for causing cholera. These serogroups are further divided into biotypes. For example, O1 has been divided into two biotypes, classical and Altor, and serotypes Inava, Ogawa, and Gisicoin. So these cholera-causing organisms possess two major virulence factors. One is cholera toxin, which is encoded by a phage, which is a CTH phage, responsible for the severity of the
ecology has emerged from a common ancestor after incorporation of Vibrio pathogenicity island 1 and 2, as we can see in the mid. I don't know if the pointer is working or not. And they have diverged with the after the acquisition of different CTX types, CTX classical and CTX alto. And CTX alto, there is an acquisition of Vibrio 7 pandemic island 1 and 2, so they are called as Vibrio 7 pandemic alto strains responsible for the ongoing outbreak, which is the 7th pandemic of cholera. And the strain which do not possess this Vibrio pathogenicity island and cholera toxin is considered as non-7-pet Vibrio cholera. So these are the this is the global geographical distribution of the number of the cholera cases. As we can see, the region in Southeast Asia and Africa are most affected because of cholera. Coming to the Indian scenario, so there is a study by Ali et al., according to which we can see the area which has been highlighted here in red are hotspots for cholera, and Chandigarh and nearby region are one of them. So coming to the cholera cases in Chandigarh and nearby region, so cholera is prevalent in this area, and this occur in two epidemiological pictures. One is cluster, another one is sporadic cases. So cluster outbreak of cholera affecting a defined geographic area, mostly due to accidental contamination of drinking water supply with sewage, and sporadic cases which is not related to these clusters, and there is no evidence of contamination of drinking water supply with sewage, and there is no history of travel or visit to an area having outbreak. So number of cholera cases has been increasing in our region, as you can see here, and these cholera cases generally exhibit an annual peak from May to October, coinciding with hot and humid weather, peaking with monsoon in the region of North India. The current ongoing 7th pandemic of cholera has spread in the world in 3 different ways, and these strains are known as 7th pandemic alto strains. So with this background, we aim to provide the comprehensive understanding of genetic diversity of circulating strain in northern India, and sequence 757 Vibrio called the genome. So these strains were isolated from diverse environmental sources, including water from different sources and human stool samples. Water samples were filtered before processing, and they were passed into APW and subculture on TCBS and blood agar. And the organism was identified using Malditom, and they were sequenced on Illumina high-speed platform. So we sequenced 757 Vibrio cholerae genome from various Indian states, including majority of them from Chandigarh, Haryana and Punjab, and there were some strains from other regions including Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand. So coming to the results, phylogeny of the Vibrio cholerae endemic to cholera region. So we can see here in the this represents the 757 strain. Here we can see non-7-pet lineage, and this circle represents the 7-pet strain. From inside to outside, we can see sample source, place of isolation, year of isolation, and sample type. So we can see in non-7-pet strain, most of our environmental strain belong to non-7-pet with some clinical strain, and most of the clinical strain belong to the 7-pet lineage with some environmental strain. When we look in the diversity between 7-pet and non-7-pet strain in terms of pair-wise SNP difference, so it was found very high in non-7-pet strain ranging from 0 to 67,000 SNPs, and it was 0 to 119 SNPs in 7-pet strain. So coming to the non-7-pet lineage, so on the basis of Bayesian analysis of population structure, 5 different non-7-pet clusters were identified. As we can see, cluster 1, cluster 2, cluster 3, cluster 4, cluster 5 and 5A and 5B here. So cluster 5 was the largest cluster and included samples from almost all the North Indian states spanning 2002 to 2019. And cluster 5B contained 1 clinical and 12 environmental samples, river water samples isolated from the river Ganga in Haridwar, Uttarakhand, cluster with the outbreak associated samples from Haryana and Punjab. And the majority of the non-7-pet clinical strain were allocated to cluster 5 with only a restriction in cluster 2 and cluster 3. So this is the description of all the cluster on the right side in the table.
look for virulence gene in these clusters, so you can see majority of the a total of 190 one virulence genes were identified in these strains, and genes responsible for the production of the cholera toxins and genes responsible for the toxin correlated pilus A are absent in non-subinfect strains. So coming to the summary, to categorize the Vibrio cholerae circulating in Chandigarh and nearby region, we constructed a phylogeny of Vibrio cholerae based on alignment of single nucleotide polymorphism, of which 43 fell within 7 pet lineage clustering with Vibrio cholerae reference genome N16961, and 246 genome belong to non-7 pet lineage. Non-7 pet genome included 175 from environmental sources and 39 were taken from the clinical sample, and 10 genome in one of the non-7 pet cluster carried TCPA and tox genes. Isolation of non-7 pet strain from clinical sample and presence of these genes indicate potential involvement of these isolate in causing a disease like cholera. Coming to the conclusion, so this is a novel finding highlighting the pathogenic potential of non-7 pet strain. The diverse non-7 pet strain found in environmental water sources suggest a wider reservoir and potential source for the outbreak. Newer potential pathogenic strain may evolve from these strain, hence close monitoring of non-7 pet strain is essential for eradicating cholera. By studying their genetic characteristics and tracking their prevalence in both clinical cases and environmental samples, we can gain crucial insights into the changing landscape of cholera. So these are my acknowledgements.
Thank you. Very nice study and very in-depth analysis of you've done so many sequences. Nisha, there's one thing that we want to know. Since you've identified so many non-7 pet strains, I mean, these were the things which were causing also cholera disease. So what would be your take-home message in controlling such, strains and their evolving?
First of all, every case is important. What we do when there is a cholera outbreak, we just consider like some of the cases, maybe 10 patients, and we just do serotyping of 10 patients and say, and this is a outbreak because of the Vibrio cholerae O1 Ogaba strain. But there is non-7 pet strain which is causing cholera disease along with the O1 Ogaba strain, and this is like people generally don't report those cases as well. As we have seen here, there is virulence gene present in the non-7 pet strain, so they can also cause a severe disease like cholera in the patient. So yeah, we need to monitor like every cases, like and we should do sequencing of the strain so we can see that what is present there in our outbreak. So we have done a like extensive analysis of a particular outbreak from Shapur Karpa, which we haven't shown because there was limitation of time. So I decided this was a small part of my PhD work. So everything has not.
From the public health point of view, I mean, what is the time frame, or is there any seasonality that is associated with the isolation of such strains?
Ma'am, for non-7 pet strains, so we can isolate them like throughout the year. But number of the Vibrio cholerae strain we isolate from environmental sample as well as from clinical samples is like because the cholera occurs between July to October, so number of the cases increases. There are various factors because of the increased rain as well and contamination of like drinking water supply.
So I mean, that means there has to be a continuous surveillance.
Yes,
you cannot just leave it or restrict it to a few months of the year.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a really purely a microbiological genetic topic. But as a physician, I just want to ask you how it will change the clinical outcome of the patient, how you will help us with the study. You want to manage transmission, will be how you stop transmission of cholera, or it will have some clinical implication that I just want to know.
So we can first of all to the public health we can give them like a message so that we should monitor first of all drinking water supply. So if there is a cholera outbreak, so we should not just sample the environmental sample, maybe water supply from the area only that time, especially from the slums, because these cases are not occurring in Chandigarh. They are occurring in the peripheral region where there is a no proper sanitation and water supply. So they should collect the samples like and test those samples, and so that we can prevent the spread of the cholera. So number of the cholera cases is increasing in our
region. Also globally these are increasing because of the people are not aware, they are illiterate, they don't know if there is a, because generally what people do, if there is a there is diarrhea, they are suffering from diarrhea, they just go to the chemist shop and take some medicine from there. They don't give their sample for culture as well. So we never know there is cholera or something else. So in clinical point of view, it is important that we should advise for the patients that they should submit their sample for culture as well. So we can diagnose properly if there is cholera or other dirogenic pathogen present in the sample of a patient.
Very good. Thank you.
Any comments from the audience? Questions? Thank you. Thank you, Nisha.
To present the next presentation, we have Dr. Perika, MO GMC Jammu.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I am Dr. Perika from GMC Jammu, and today I will be presenting my case on a very important topic, that is analysis of staining methods and rapid urease test for the detection of Helicobacter pylori infection in gastric biopsy specimens in a tertiary care center from Jammu. Now, as we all know, H. pylori, Helicobacter pylori infection is the most important cause of the number of diseases in a developing country like India, like peptic ulcer disease, gastric carcinoma. So it's imperative on our part for the accurate and rapid diagnosis of H. pylori infection. So our study was pertaining to the diagnosis of H. pylori and to detect the most rapid and accurate test. Now, a brief introduction about Helicobacter pylori. It is a spiral-shaped gram-negative rod colonizing about 50% of the world's human population, and it is involved in the pathogenesis of a number of diseases. For example, acute gastritis, peptic ulcer disease, chronic atrophic gastritis, to name a few. Now, the tests which are there for the diagnosis of Helicobacter infection can depend whether they are based on detecting the infection or success of eradication treatment. Culture of Helicobacter pylori is the most difficult part, and serological diagnosis is only for primary purpose. Now, various invasive tests available for the diagnosis are histopathological examination by Watson starry silver staining, culture media testing by biochemical examination, and we have gram staining. Among non-invasive tests, we have urea bread test, which is the most consistent and accurate test, stool antigen assay used as a screening assay, and antibody detection by ELISA. Now, coming to our study was conducted in the Department of Microbiology in collaboration with the Department of Surgery. Over a period of 3 months, the patients who were included were in between age group of 16 to 65, including both the sexes, male as well as female, and patients having history of use of proton pump inhibitors, H2 receptor antagonists were excluded because there was a possibility of false negative results, and also any history of antibiotic use or severe medical illness. Now, after taking proper consent from the patient, endoscopically guided biopsy specimens were received from the surgery department, and they were transported to the Department of Microbiology. The biopsy specimen was cut into 3 pieces. 2 pieces were transported to the microbiology lab, and they were put in 2 test tubes, one with a normal saline and other test tube already filled with Christensen's urea broth solution for the diagnosis of H. pylori based on rapid urease test. Now, coming out to the results. Also, the biopsy samples which were collected in the 2 test tubes, they were, after transporting to the microbiology lab, a crushed smear of the samples was prepared. One smear was subjected to gram staining and one was subjected to lawless mixed-induced staining, and the biopsy sample was also directly put in the Christensen's urea broth for the detection of H. pylori based on rapid urease test activity. Now, coming to the results. First, figure 1 represents the age-wise distribution of patients. Only those patients who reported in the surgery OPD with specific symptoms of dyspepsia, like chronic gastritis patients or peptic ulcer disease, were included. As you can see, based on the age group, that maximum number of cases which were recorded were in the age group of 31 to 40 years of age. Now, there is a coincidence of H. pylori infection being seen in most common in this age group because of risk of increased acid gastric release and also day-to-day activities in this age group. Gender-wise distribution shows male-female ratio of males were reported in 21% of the cases as compared to females and only 9% of the 9 cases of the patients tested. Now figure 3 represents the differentiation of patients with dyspeptic symptoms based on the endoscopic diagnosis. All the samples which were received this were already pre-categorized from the Department of Surgery. So based on that, 49 patients were having combined gastroduodenitis, duodenal ulcer was seen in 21% cases and gastric ulcer in 30% cases. And histopathological examination of the sample which was conducted in the Department of Pathology showed that positive 17 of the cases were positive for Helicobacter pylori infection while 13 cases were negative. Now this is the actual study showing the comparative analysis of two types of staining, gram staining and Loeffler-Smith-Blue staining. As we can see that maximum number of cases were seen positive for Loeffler-Smith-Blue stain, and all the cases which were positive for Loeffler-Smith-Blue stain also showed positive results with RUT means rapid urease test. And among gram staining cases, 6 cases of gram staining, only 3 cases showed both gram positivity by gram staining and rapid urease test. Hence, based on our study, we concluded that in a resource poor setting like India, Loeffler-Smith-Blue staining is excellent for the detection of H. pylori infection, as it can pick up a very light load of infection compared to technically demanding histopathological examination. And combined Loeffler-Smith-Blue test and rapid urease test is known to increase the diagnostic strength of the accuracy of detection of Helicobacter pylori infection.
Thank you, Dr. Perika. It's a nice study. In fact, quite helpful, for a clinician in an endoscopic clinic, to do this at the bedside. This can be done at the bedside, right? How much would be the input from the microbiologist to do the staining per se?
First of all, it requires compromise on the part of the clinical department. My fellow partner with whom I did the study was of surgery department, so he also did a follow-up of the patient who regularly visited the OPD with these symptoms. So he categorized these patients and took the biopsy samples, and that is very important that once biopsy has been taken, it is processed as soon as possible, preferably within less than 1 hour, so that our chances of detecting the infection are increased. And accordingly, we can go for the results and subsequent therapy for the patient.
How would it be, when you compare it with the stool antigen test, because that is also considered with the as a non-invasive test?
Basically, sensitivity is not that great, and also mostly it is used for screening in the case of children. So based on some study, because we have a very poor resources in government institute like government medical college, so we have to see for that test which we can immediately and very, very quick, simple and easy results are there. So that's why like staining, Loeffler staining, it is easily available for us, so very convenient for us to give a presumptive diagnosis to the clinician. So
And how does it appear under the microscope? Because you have to be technically very, very precise in detecting H. pylori.
This is a gram-negative bacterium as such, but it is characteristically C-shaped, a C-shaped spiral or curve typically seen. So on Loeffler-Smith-Blue staining, at least for 10, we don't, like in gram staining, we have to go for at least 50 to 60 fields to see for the bacterium. It's not possible to see in only one field, so that's why. And for Loeffler-Smith-Blue stain, they are typically blue-colored bacteria stained against the light background of paper.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A really good study. So it will help us to see rapid diagnosis of H. pylori. My first question is that how you selected they were all patients were suffering from peptic ulcer disease. They were
Yes, sir, mostly they had symptoms related to chronic, like duodenitis. Some had gastritis. Because they were already diagnosed, they were routine patients coming to the OPD, and they were followed up.
So all the patients they were having peptic ulcer, duodenal ulcer, or gastroduodenitis.
Yes, sir, yes.
So no patient was all patients selected. They were all patients having clinically features of
that.
And on endoscopy they have gastroduodenitis, peptic ulcer, or.
Because biopsy was done for them, that's why they were endoscopy diagnosed.
Okay. Above, I just want to ask, can you differentiate as a microbiologist? Give us idea that how to differentiate between colonization and clinical. How we differentiate whether suppose a patient is having normal endoscopy report and still he is RUT positive on endoscopy. So how you will interpret? Can you give us some idea how you can give us an idea of differentiation between colonization? We are seeing many patients who are RUT positive, even have a very minor clinical endoscopic features of gastroduodenitis, and we treat them, and unfortunately majority of this group of patients don't respond to treatment at all. So is there some insight from your part that how can we differentiate between colonization of H. pylori with the
Sir, as such nowadays most consistent and accurate test is urea bread test, but still it is a non-invasive test. But still because of cost issues, clinicians maybe avoid doing. But through that we can go for that confirmation if already it is confirmed by rapid uses test.
my question is that whenever you plan this study,
Okay.
no, definitely it is helpful that it will get a rapid diagnosis, but you should also consider the colonization. It's a very problematic issue for us. Or once we have a positive report of RUT positive after endoscopy, we have to treat the patient. But sometimes we have seen many times that we question ourselves that we are inadvertently putting the patient on 2 or 3 antibiotics together for just treating a colonization. So this is a problem we are facing, that sometimes we get RUT positive report, but we are clueless whether the patient is actually suffering from infection or it is just colonization which is going on with the patient. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Periga. So it was really a nice study. I just want to ask that, is there any upper hand, or I just want to ask that it is comparable with the histopathological staining, or HP is having an upper hand, or
Sir, although no doubt histopathological staining is the gold standard test because sensitivity is very much increased by doing also if we go for immunostaining, that is the most sensitive method. But because of cost issues, we cannot consider it.
and what about the urea bread test? Is it comparable to
So
that?
urea bread test, it is the most consistent and accurate. It is also very quick and simple.
But that is non-invasive and it's an invasive procedure. And by histopathology, what sir was asking, I think the answer gives the histopathological staining, because we can also see the pathological changes also. So that can differentiate between colonization and actual infection. Thank you.
Dr. Toshika, Chair, GMC Quota, to come up on the stage for the next presentation.
Good morning everyone. I'm Dr. Toshika, second year PG resident. I'm here to present a presentation on Candiduria in a tertiary care institute from Southeast Rajasthan. Candiduria is the presence of yeast cell in urine, and it is increasingly common finding of hospitalized patients. Extensive use of broad spectrum antibiotics growing trend in antifungal drug resistance and emergence of new species of Candida possesses a need for regional surveillance of antifungal drug susceptibility profiles. Approximately 15% of healthcare associated infections are caused by fungi. Candida accounts for 70 to 90% of all invasive fungal infections. According to 180 United States hospitals which participated in the National Nosocomial Infection Surveillance System between January 1980 and April 1990, Candida species accounted for 19,621 out of 27,200 fungal isolates associated with nosocomial infections. The material and method used in our study. The study is laboratory-based, descriptive type of observational study done at GMC Kota. The study carried out from June 2022 to June 2023. The samples received were first subjected to urine mount and then subcultured on blood and Mekonghi agar. The growth was examined after 24 hours of incubation for colony morphology, gram staining and microscopy. The Candida isolated speciation was done by germ tube test, Dalmont plate culture and growth on high chrome agar, followed by antifungal susceptibility by Kirby-Beer disc diffusion method and on Muller-Hintel agar as per CLSI 2023. The sources of collection is early morning midstream urine sample were collected with aseptic precaution as per standard techniques. From catheterized patients, sample were collected from catheter port as per standard technique. In non-catheterized patients, 2 urine samples were collected 24 hours apart. In catheterized patients, 2 samples were collected, one from indwelling catheter and second sample after removal of catheter. The investigations techniques used in our studies: first gram staining, second culture on blood agar and McConkey agar, third germ tube production, fourth Dalmot culture plate, fifth high chrome agar, sixth is antifungal susceptibility testing will be carried out for isolate by Kidby disk diffusion method on Muller-Hentel agar as per CLSA 2023 guidelines using commercially available antifungal discs. The inclusion criteria in our studies is patient above age of 18 years attending GMC attached hospitals, GMC quota attached hospitals, urine samples of individuals with clinical suspicion of UTI. Samples were taken from catheterized patients admitted in ICU for more than 48 hours. Exclusion criteria is patient on antifungal therapy. The observation and result in our studies: the total 58 Candida species were isolated out of 300 samples, accounting for isolation rate of 19.33%. Overall male to female ratios being 1:3.14. Most prevalent risk factor being broad spectrum antibiotic, that is 88.57%, followed by catheterization, that is 48.57%. We observed that non-albicans Candida species is 72.41% has predominance over Candida albicans, that is 27.5%, and Candida tropicalis being the most common isolated, that is 37.9%. We observed that maximum susceptibility to amphotericin B, that is 93.10%, and maximum resistance to voriconazole, that is 12.07%. These are the two charts. The first chart shows gender distribution in Candida isolate, where the male were affected 24% and the female were affected 76%. And the second chart shows isolated associated with risk factor, where 48.57 were affected by catheterization and 88.57% in broad spectrum antibiotics. Here is the result of our study, where non-albicans group isolated. The majority of the species isolated were Candida tropicalis, that is 37.5%, and least were isolated, that is Candida krusei, that is 1.5%. Candida species sensitivity pattern in their susceptibility to antifungal agent, where the maximum susceptibility shown by amphotericin B, that is 92.19%, and the least sensitivity shown by clotrimazole, that is 75%. Candida species resistance pattern in the susceptibility to antifungal agent, where the clotrimazole shows high resistance 25% and least resistance shown by amphotericin B, that is 7.81%. And resistance to amphotericin B as well is alarming, as when some fungal species are resistant to fluconazole. The second treatment is being amphotericin B, which is in this study proved to be resistant in 7.8% cases. However, this drug should be carefully administered and used only in cases of proven resistance to the antifungal due to its high toxicity. The conclusion is the resistance of fluconazole in Candida is of significant concern, as it is a useful drug because of high concentration active drug in urine and better tolerability. Resistance of fluconazole may be explained by previous exposure to the drug, because it is first choice of treatment, mainly due to its low toxicity when compared to other antifungals. It is one of the most commonly used antifungal in clinical practice, which leads to selecting resistant strains. Antibiotic increase the risk of colonization of Candida species by suppressing endogenous flora, and risk of candiduria increases with prolonged antibiotic use. The summary: in our study, a total 58 Candida species were isolated out of 300 samples, with the isolation rate being 19.33%. We found Candida isolate 24% in male and 76% in females. Overall, the ratio being 1:3.14%. And we observed that non-albicans Candida species has predominance over Candida albicans, that is 72.41% in non-albicans and 27.5% in Candida albicans. Non-albicans species are more resistant to antifungal as compared to Candida albicans. Therefore, species identification of Candida isolates along with their antifungal susceptibility pattern can guide clinician in better treatment of Candiduria.
Thank you, Toshika. Just tell me, what are the criteria to treat Candiduria?
Ma'am, firstly we give the antifungals which are
Treat criteria to treat Candiduria. When would you treat a case of Candiduria?
ma'am, when the patient seems to have symptoms.
You don't treat a patient who's on catheter with Candida. Never. The NHS CDC criteria doesn't even include under the COTI Candida. Okay, primarily the reason is not to dissuade you or disappoint you, but to take home a message that we are unnecessarily going to treat a case of Candiduria without even understanding why it is happening. The primary phenomena that is happening is Candiduria is because of the biofilm, and these are agents which do not invade unless and until there is some other risk factor in the patient. And to prove that it is actually a Candiduria of origin, of naive origin without catheterization, you have to go invasive. Suprapubic aspirate or a direct aspirate from the kidney if you suspect a pyelonephritis. So the diagnosis of Candida causing any kind of UTI, be it lower or upper, is very, very strict. So we don't at all advise treating catheterized patients. Okay, so this is very important. Though you have mentioned that, now let us come to your study. You found a lot of antifungal resistance among your isolates. So why do you think that has happened?
Ma'am, because of the increasing resistance due to given antifungal before seeing the susceptibility in the patient.
You have isolated organisms which are already in the biofilm stage. Okay, so when they go into the formation of biofilms, you have the sessile organisms and you have the floaters, the planktonic phase, right? So once you see these different kinds of cells, and whatever you are isolating are the planktonic cells, and those planktonic cells have come out from the sessile phase only. So all of the antibiotics and antifungals would be resistant in such cells. So we don't advise testing. We don't even treat a patient with a catheter. Okay, so the criteria for treating Candiduria is extremes of age. Okay, and if there are lots of pus cells, especially neutrophils, because that is the first line of protection, defense against Candida. So if you see them in the urine, then only go in for treating such cases. Okay, fine. Good presentation. Yeah. Yes, yes. So if the patient is immunocompromised, even then you should not treat Candida in the urine. Advise change of catheter. Not to treat, because everybody is jumping and starting fluconazole empirically. So what has happened is we have made these organisms become resistant to this very good oral, antifungal which is available. Yes, you will not find them. Yes, so you will not find them. So as correctly that she said, is it will be a diagnostic dilemma. So best thing is advise change of catheter, and you will see a dramatic improvement. Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Great insight from ma'am. We usually see these patients with Candiduria, especially who are catheterized. See, colonization is a great problem with Candida if patient is on RT or catheterized, in ICU patients specifically. As part of treatment of this patient, as ma'am asked, so definitely we as a physician has a dilemma, but there are few things we keep in mind when we treat patient with Candiduria, very rarely, very restrictively. One is that what are the risk factors for invasive candidiasis? Once the patient is at risk of invasive candidiasis, then patient is critically ill. Patient is in ICU, critically ill, patient is a case of solid organ malignancy, on chemotherapeutic agents, right? And he has got pancytopenia, hematological malignancies, and he is on ICU for a very prolonged time. Catheter change is definitely a greatest idea. You should do it. Everyone should do it. You should change the catheter and look for the any change. But if patient is fulfilling all these criteria, patient is clinically deteriorating, and all these factors, considering all patient in septic shock and all other factors I mentioned, and patient is clinically deteriorating, and if there is a candida in urine, we can treat the patient, but still all patients should not be treated. Any patient who is walking to the clinic having candidiuria or urine for KH positive for candida, you should not treat it. It's not a good idea. You have to see the clinical perspective of the patient, right? If he is at risk of invasive candidiasis, or you suspecting that patient is suffering from invasive candidiasis, right? You are waiting for the blood cultures for fungal to come up. Then we do treat with empirically till we get the culture sensitivity report, right? So your specimen only for urine, only or from only from the urine, right? Thank you very much.
If you ever have any dilemma, go in for the invasive samples. Suprapubic aspirate is something which can be taken under all circumstances, and that will take care of all these diagnostic problems. We advise that when clinician is obviously in doubt, and we go and see the patients who are so moribund, post-renal transplant, where we cannot even think of anything else. Within the first 3 months, if they get a candida in the urine, it's an alarm. The nephrologist will say, it's something which is deadly. So they'll start isolating these patients. Even the transplant surgeon will also get scared, because it's something which has come in within the first 3 months and very critical phase. So that is the time when you have to take these invasive samples, but never rely on the catheter urine. Okay? And most of these patients will be diabetic, who are already colonized. Women whose vagina is colonized with yeast. Okay, so it's going to be a big problem if we start treating all of them who have candida in the urine. No, you have to give. Any quantification of the organism is a must in urine, because you expect a single kind of organism. Okay, monoorganism. Either it is a mono candida, monofungal, or monobacterial. So you have to give the count. There is no way that you can run away from the count. But even if you find 10 to power 5 in a catheterized patient, you cannot still say that it is diagnostic. Okay, so match up with an invasive sample. Thank you so much.
Next presentation is by Dr. Harsamrat Pal, JR GMC Amritsar.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Harsamrat from GMC Amritsar. I'm presenting my study, Epidemiology of Respiratory Syncytial Virus in Adult Population with Respiratory Tract Illness. Respiratory syncytial virus is a common cause of respiratory tract infections in pediatric age group, but the rising concern is its increasing prevalence in high-risk and elderly adults. Burden of respiratory syncytial virus infections. Globally, it is estimated that it leads to 336,000 hospital admissions for old age and high risk. In USA, incidence has been reported to the rate of 3 to 7% in older adults. In European countries, it is 4.2 to 7.2%. In India, the prevalence rates of 8% have been reported in age group more than 14 years and above in a study in Chennai. But there is limited data on epidemiology of RSV available exclusively for adults in India. Etiopathogenesis. It is largely transmitted by large droplets and fomites. Spectrum of disease varies from mild upper respiratory tract infection to severe lower respiratory tract infection, maybe bronchiolitis and pneumonia.
The clinical features, they range from nasal congestion, cough, dyspnea, sore throat, fever, rales, and wheeze. Mainly, there are seasonal variations in the outbreaks of respiratory syncytial virus infections. They may vary according to the geographical variations. In North India, RSV mainly peaks in winters. Two antigenic subgroups, RSV-A and RSV-B, they may circulate simultaneously in an outbreak, or even one may dominate in a season. There is no specific treatment or licensed vaccine as of now available in India, but recently in May 2023, a vaccine has been approved by FDA only for high-risk adults in USA. Now, aims and objectives of my study were to study clinico-epidemiological profile and prevalence of respiratory syncytial virus in adult population with respiratory tract infections, and to evaluate the risk factors. Material and methods. The study was conducted at GMC Amritsar for 8 months from December 2022 to August 23. Nasopharyngeal swabs were taken from 76 adult hospitalized patients with respiratory tract infections, and real-time PCR was applied to all with RealStar RSV kit PCR-3 with probes specific for RSV-A and RSV-B. Now in the results, my prevalence of RSV in adults, it came out to be 7.9%, and they were all positive for RSV-B strain. None of my samples were positive for RSV-A strain. In gender-wise distribution, 66% of the positive patients were females and just 33% were males. I distributed my study population into these 4 age groups: 20 to 40, 41 to 60, 61 to 80, and more than 80. And in the age group of 41 to 60 years, which formed just 27% of the total samples, but in the positive samples, this age group gave me 50% of the positivity, followed by the age group of 61 to 80 years. Now, the main clinical presentation of the RSV patients were cough, sore throat, followed by dyspnea, and the main signs were wheeze, followed by fever. 100% of my positive patients were having cough, sore throat, wheeze, and rales. If we see the distribution of the risk factors, there were mainly 3 risk factors in my positive patients: diabetes mellitus, hypertension, and cardiopulmonary diseases, and they have the prevalence of 50% of the positive patients. And all my positive patients were in the month of December, January, and February. Now, prevalence of RSV in adults was 8% in this study. Similar reports have been reported from studies in USA, and at this prevalence rate, in USA the prevalence rate is incidence rate is 4 to 7%, and at this rate they have approved a vaccine for RSV exclusively for high-risk adults. And USA also had experience with triple endemic with RSV, flu, and COVID. The prevalence of RSV in females was more than in males. Similar reports have been reported by Catan et al. And also a study in Chennai. Predominant clinical features were cough, dyspnea, sore throat, wheeze, and bronchi. Initial sign was wheeze, but initial symptom was cough followed by dyspnea. And similar clinical presentations has been reported by Chua et al. Diabetes mellitus and chronic cardiopulmonary diseases were important risk factors. They may lead to increase in hospital stay, and they may add to financial burden. Peak season was in winters. Conclusion. Now, my study, it highlights the burden of RSV infection in adults, which has not been fully recognized by our health interns and health administration in our countries. Also, adult patients with acute respiratory tract infections must be screened for RSV along with influenza and COVID, which is normally done in routine. In our setups, we usually don't screen for our respiratory tract infection patients for RSV. This study supports the need of vaccination for high-risk groups in adults, and also the report on seasonal variation can guide us the timing of vaccination, if available, and also the release of guidelines, SOPs for preventive measures, as there is no specific treatment available. I want to extend my study further with greater number of subjects and non-hospitalized patients as a comparative group, and inclusion of one more peak season, because I have seen just one peak season. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harsimran. In fact, you are a good orator. You will be an effective teacher, I must say. Good. Very clear in your diction and very clear in your, telling out what you have found, highlighting your important points. Okay, just let me know what are the other viruses that were co-circulating that time, and could you detect them in the same samples? Because you are attributing all the clinical features primarily to RSV. So what about the other viruses like COVID? Because COVID was also going on and we detected a lot of influenza. So
Ma'am, in my institution at that time, influenza, that was also being H1N1, and COVID was also being tested. But the source of my sample was just my institution, but the source of COVID samples and H1N1 was from the whole district of Amritsar. So they were co-circulating at that time.
no, so in your patient population you couldn't find any COVID or
I didn't tested those samples for influenza or COVID.
Why we are saying all this is because now the approach to diagnosis is diagnostic stewardship.
Yeah.
So it has to be syndromic approach, right? So under the hammer of viral or bacterial, then we cannot differentiate. So we'll have to test for all the pathogens which can cause a lower respiratory tract infection. Okay, so yeah. So if you look at it, maybe because you're planning for a further study, so please include other viruses also. Okay? Yeah, and also look at other viruses also. Why just limit yourself to these? Okay, we are getting a lot of adenoviruses which people don't look for. Okay, so include that also. And if you can, look at the other bacterial pathogens also simultaneously, so it will be a good syndromic study. Okay, it will tell us and tell you also a lot of things, the things that are circulating and that are present in your patients. Because we tend to say, okay, this is the incriminating pathogen. But suppose there had been a streptococcus pneumoniae underlying with the RSV, or if there had been a COVID or a H1N1 with the RSV, so we would have missed that, right? Okay, and also since you said that you want to go in and include a higher sample size, so which patient primarily, if you're thinking of RSV, which group should you target maximum?
Ma'am, I will be restricted to only adult age group. I won't be going
Yeah, within the adults.
Yes, ma'am. Secondly, ma'am, I want to proceed with non-hospitalized patients, because till now I have included just hospitalized patients. I want to see the OPD patients, community acquired also. My study has shown more prevalence in the age group of 41 to 60, but that is in hospitalized patients. So taking this into consideration, but this sample size is also very low. Then, ma'am, I will
So if I can suggest you in cutting short the time, you can take in, as you're saying, community, but then community will not tell you about the serious infections. So you'll have to then again go in for mild, moderate and severe. Okay, but include transplant patients, bone marrow, okay, and solid organ transplants. These are very, very important for this. Yes, RSV is known to cause very bad outcome in these patients. Okay?
Very well said, ma'am. And I just want to ask that number of patients we have included in the study. So what you found as a most common comorbidity which was associated with RSV from medicine point of view?
Sir, diabetes, because I think overall prevalence of diabetes also there, and among COPD, among the cardiopulmonary disease, it was COPD and asthma.
So two was the major comorbidity associated.
Yes.
So secondly, as ma'am said, the syndromic approach is the next idea, because as a physician when we treat patient with respiratory tract infection, so we, as per in India, we don't have a great epidemiological data of what type of viruses we are getting. So that approach, as ma'am said, will be the best idea to get this data and to manage the patient properly. Otherwise, what will is happening most of the time we are putting the patient on antibiotics. Right? So this that's another point which will give us an idea to, restricted the use of antibiotic, no? Rather starting patient with the antibiotic as we receive a patient with pneumonia.
So that is why I said that the initial screening for RSV and also H1N1 COVID is a very good point to ignore the antibiotic use, to limit the antibiotic use, because we may go for early diagnosis of viral infection.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
As most of the points have been covered by ma'am and sir, and you also rightly admitted that sample size is very less, so you should increase your sample size and just go for the syndromic approach. There are many panels available like respiratory panel, encephalitis panel, sepsis panel. It will decrease the time and increase your yield. Thank you.
Next we have Dr. Priyanka Sharma, Assistant Professor, GMC Jammu.
Good afternoon, all of you. So my topic is prevalence of hepatitis C genotype and experience from a tertiary care hospital of North India. So hepatitis C virus, it is one of the major global health issues and an emerging infection in India. It is also an important risk factor for liver cirrhosis, hepatocellular carcinoma and chronic hepatitis. World Health Organization, according to that, the prevalence is about 1%, of which 71 million people worldwide are living with chronic hepatitis C virus infection, with 1.7 million new cases and 3,99,000 deaths occurring each year. On the basis of phylogenetic and sequence analysis of whole viral genome, hepatitis C virus strains has been classified into 7 major genotypes and a newly detected genotype A with 67 confirmed and 20 provisional serotypes. Now the genotypic distribution of hepatitis C virus in India suggests that the genotype 3, it is the most commonest, and it is followed by genotype 1. So now, as you can see, genotype 1, it is the most common in the South India, and North India also, it is genotype 3. Genotype 6, it is exclusively prevalent in northeastern parts of India, and genotype 4, which is the new, it is recognized as a newly and the emerging threat and a cause of chronic liver disease in South India. The genotype 2 has been rarely reported from India, and genotype 5 is yet to be reported. Now the virus genotype, it does not influence although the presentation of the disease, but though it is a major predictor of course and severity of the disease process. The study of genotypes has clinical significance, as it has been seen that serum HPV RNA levels, they are higher in patients with HPV genotype 1 than in the patients compared with the genotype 2 or 3. And also in serum HPV RNA level, they were found to be reduced to 4 times more in genotype 2 infected patients than in the patients infected with genotype 1, thereby determining the type of antiviral drug to be administered along with the duration, efficacy and the response to the treatment. Now Jammu and Kashmir, they have a few reports about the surveillance of the hepatitis C virus, and being in the neighborhood of Punjab, which is the hotspot of hepatitis C virus infection, it becomes more important to study the prevalent genotype of hepatitis C virus in this state and their association with the disease progression, which will eventually affect the selection of the appropriate antiviral therapy. So the duration of the study was for a period of 1 year, and it was conducted in the Department of Microbiology in collaboration with the OPD samples which were received from the different clinical departments. The hepatitis C virus infected patients above 15 years of history of jaundice, hepatic disease and deranged liver function tests, they were included in this study, and the patient co-infected with either with hepatitis B virus or HIV virus or any other hepatitis viruses, they were excluded from the study. So the samples, they were received from medicine OPD and various departments in the Department of Microbiology, and they were referred to the VRDL section in our department. There the serum was separated and the samples they were subjected to anti-SCV testing by ELISA as per the instructions, and then anti-SCV positive samples they were included and subjected to SCV RNA detection and genotypic studies. Now the anti-SCV positive samples they were included for SCV RNA detection and the genotyping studies. These were the results of my ELISA and agarose gel electrophoresis. Now the SCV genotyping agarose gel electrophoresis results in lane 1, 2, 4 and 6. It shows approximately 260 band which correspond to genotype 3, and in wells 3, 5 and 7 it corresponds to 230 base pair band which corresponds to genotype 1. This is the figure that represents that in about out of 50 patients, 27 patients they had high viral load and 23 were having the less viral load. That means less than 8 lakh international units per ml. Now this figure it represents the distribution of genotypes, and from here we can depict that genotype 3 it was more common, which was observed in about 37 patients, followed by genotype 3 which was detected, genotype 3 it was detected most commonly in 37 patients, followed by genotype 1 in 8 patients, and genotype 4 it was detected in only 1 patient, and there were 4 patients in whom genotype was not detected. It could be due to less viral load or technical error, or the fact that the patients they were on the treatment for so long, because 10 patients they were symptomatic. So they were already having the history of, they were suffering from hepatitis C virus. So it can be possible because of that we couldn't detect the genotype. So 40 patients they were asymptomatic, and these are considered as the iceberg of the disease. Only in 10 patients the symptoms were present. Now now we can see that there were other studies done also, in which genotype 3 followed by genotype 1 were most common in northern parts of India, and we can see in the northeast it is genotype 3 which is prevalent, followed by the genotype 6. As I said, genotype 6 it is exclusively prevalent in the northeastern part, maybe because of the geographical differences. Now we can see that in the neighboring countries around India, like in Nepal, Pakistan and Bangladesh also, we have the genotype 3 which is circulating most commonly. Now the genotype 4 it is considered as an emerging threat, as it is the cause of chronic liver disease in South India, especially in these states. Now it can be hypothesized that the migration of some people from Middle East countries to the South India, where they go for the work, and they return to India, and and in the Southeast countries it is the genotype 4 which is most prevalent. So it can be hypothesized that genotype 4 detection in South India, it could be because of that. One case was detected genotype 4.
Your time, please.
Yeah. So genotypic studies, as I told you, that it has the reflection on the treatment. So it can be seen that earlier it was given interferon alpha with ribavirin, but now the treatment strategy has changed, and we are giving the pan-genotypic directly acting antivirals. So now the control of this infection, it requires a comprehensive approach, access to the primary prevention of the infection, and enhanced screening of the hepatitis C virus in the healthcare settings, so to avoid the spreading of this disease in the community.
Thank you. Dr. Priyanka, what is the message that you would like to convey through your study?
Ma'am, it should be, screening should be done at a enhanced level, because as you can see that 40% of my patients, 40 patients out of 50, they were asymptomatic. So in hepatitis
Do
C,
they belong to certain, group where there were some risk factors?
Ma'am, some of them they were having the history of drug abuse and
Precisely. So that is why the HCV rates have gone up in the northern parts of the country, because of the IV drug abusers, so to say. Now, one thing, since you're a faculty, not telling everybody, but please remember, all of you, whenever you are putting up your gel pictures, please have a positive control. Okay, and a negative control lane. That has to be there, and as well as an internal control. Because whenever you're doing genotyping, you can have lots of errors. Right? And so, since we have a very fantastic, therapy now available for hepatitis C, so I think that will take care of all the genotypes. But if you have in your knowledge that there has been some resistance, please do let us know when you're doing the study further. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Already said, ma'am said pan-genotypic regime. So way back in 5, 10, we were using interferon, but nowadays we have pan-genotypic regime, right? So what is the conclusion of your study? But if you get genotypic, idea of epidemiological idea of genotype, how will it will change clinical course of the disease?
Sir, it is not going to change any, the clinical therapy will be same because we are giving pan-genotypic. So it is just for epidemiological purpose this study was
Okay,
done.
secondly is that if you are looking for the genotype and see hepatitis C progression develop over the period of decades. It takes years together to develop fibrosis, cirrhosis, ultimately end stage liver disease, right? So genotype definitely they can give us a good idea about how the diseases progress and what are the target groups. We have to manage them very early other than treating, you understand? As genotype can only give us this idea. Otherwise, if you want to start the treatment, nowadays we are not considering genotype. We get a report or SCV viral load positive, we start the treatment. Thank you.
Dr. Priyanka, good morning. Some of your samples you could not have identified the genotype. What could be the reason for that?
Sir, as I've stated, it could be because of the very low viral load or
So
maybe
what is
because
the
of the
threshold of
technical
that viral load? How much minimum amount of viral load should be present so as to identify the genotype?
Sir, not sure, maybe
It's 1000 international units per ml. And is there any storage conditions which is required for storage?
sir, when we first when we did the ELISA, we stored the samples in -20 degrees, so that we can go for RT-PCR in one go
You have
for the
used third
quality
generation or
sample.
fourth generation ELISA?
Sir, third generation.
Third generation. Then you have opted for NAT. Okay, thank you.
Time, maintain time, otherwise we'll have to switch off the screen. And please, students who are sitting behind, if you're interested, please be with us. It'll help you only. If you're not, please may leave the hall because a lot of noise is coming from the background. Thank you.
Next up is Dr. Mamta Thakur, JRPGI Chandigarh.
A very good afternoon to all. The title of my presentation is the comparison of microscopic method, conventional PCR and real-time PCR for detection of Ascaris lumbricoides. So starting with the brief introduction. Starting with the brief introduction, soil transmitted helminths include hookworms that are Nicator americanus and Chylostoma species, Ascaris lumbricoides and Trichuris trichura. And these STH infect over 1.5 billion people worldwide and are estimated to have caused 1.9 million disability adjusted life years. And these STH infection can lead to adverse health issues like chronic blood loss leading to anemia, malabsorption of nutrients, loss of appetite, stunting, lethargy, school absenteeism, and lower performance on a range of cognitive tests. And to reduce this STH related morbidity, the WHO recommend biannual or annual targeted deworming for high risk population that are preschool age children, school age children, and women of reproductive age. So a brief introduction of STH in India. There are few studies that had been carried out, and most of these studies were microscopy based. Like in Jammu and Kashmir, the prevalence was found 78%. In Haryana, it is 29%. In Madhya Pradesh, it is the range is between 36 to 44%, and in other states, it is the range is between 5 to 70%. microscopy based method for the detection of these STH are mostly in surveys are mostly parasitic are mostly microscopy based, which have the less sensitivity for the low intensity of infection. As community progressed toward the STH elimination through MDA programs and improved sanitation, so WHO laid the roadmap to emphasize the control and elimination of this STH infection by 2030. So there is a pressing need for highly sensitive techniques that detect the true prevalence of STH to evaluate the effectiveness of ongoing programs and intervention. With this background, the aim of my study is to compare the performance of microscopic methods with conventional PCR and real-time PCR for detection of Ascaris lumbricoides. So the study design, total we have collected 170 stool samples, out of which 120 stool samples we collected from the district Fatehgarh Sahib of Punjab. We took permission from the state program officer. We collected samples from the Anganwadi centers and primary schools, and 50 stool samples we collected from the routine lab of medical parasitology (PGI). For methodology, we did a microscopic method using direct wet mount. Then we did the concentration method also, and CATOCADS method, which is specific for the detection of STH. And then we did the molecular methods, conventional PCR and real-time PCR, targeting COX-1G and ITS1G, and we took the primers from the previous published articles. And all statistical analysis was done using graph-fed prism. So coming to the results, with the microscopy direct wet mount, we found 2 sample positive out of 170. With the concentration method, we found 4 positive samples, and with the CATOCADS method, we found 6 samples positive out of 170. These are the picture of eggs, fertilized and unfertilized eggs, and the whole worm we received in our routine lab, which I have used as a positive control for my molecular studies. With the conventional PCR, I found 8 sample positive, and with the real-time PCR, 18 samples were positive out of 170. This is the picture for conventional PCR, gel picture showing the COX-1 gene for Ascaris lumbricoides, and the size is around 192 base pairs. These are the conditions for the conventional PCR, and with the real-time PCR, we found 18 sample positive. This first is showing the positive controls, and the straight line is for the negative control. These are the amplification curve where melt peak for the real-time assay. And we also check the limit of detection using the conventional PCR and real-time PCR. As we can see in the conventional agarose gel electrophoresis, it can pick up up to 10 raised to power minus 3 dilution, and in the real-time PCR, it can pick up about 10 raised to power minus 8 dilution. This table is showing the positive results. With the CATOCADS, we found 2 additional positive, and with the conventional PCR, 8 were positive, and with the real-time PCR, additionally we found 10 sample positive. So the sensitivity and specificity, direct wet mount 52.9% sensitive, concentration was 56.25 sensitive, and the CATOCADS is 60% sensitive for the detection of STH, and conventional PCR is around 65% sensitive, with the 100% specificity for all. And negative predicted value was 90% for direct wet mount, 91% for concentration, 93% for CATOCADS, and around 94% for conventional PCR. An agreement between microscopy and conventional PCR was perfect, but between microscopy and RT-PCR was moderate. So with that, to conclude, CATOCADS was found to be most sensitive method among all the 3 microscopic techniques for detection of Ascaris in stool sample. Real-time PCR was found to be most sensitive and specific technique as compared to the microscopy and conventional PCR, and real-time PCR detected low parasitic load infection in comparison to the conventional PCR as depicted by the limit of detection.
Thank you, Dr. Mamta. Good study, but you could have done much better with the analysis. Why I'm saying so? When you are comparing techniques, this goes for everybody. Okay, you are comparing a microscopy with a NAT, with a PCR. Never do that. You'll get a lot of errors in your analysis. So if you are going to use such tests to analyze your data, better use latent class analysis. Bayesian mathematics has to be implemented here. Okay, because you'll have everything in biology is a bell-shaped curve. You have outliers. So unless and until you have a latent class analysis, you will not be able to pick up your outliers. And maybe you are dealing with your outliers, and that is why you're getting a skewed result. saying that your microscopy is poorer than the PCR. So what you should do is you compare microscopy with any other staining under microscopy. And when you are comparing real-time PCR, you're talking about something which is an advanced method. Okay, so you cannot compare microscopy with real-time. Rather, compare conventional PCR with real-time. Okay, but good study, and I am very surprised that you get so many positives here. Down south, we are not getting anything. Hardly we are getting.
Sanger sequencing also, ma'am. This is 90%, 99% similarity with the sequencing.
Good. Well done. Okay. Thank you.
Dr. Sucheta Guleria, JRPGI Chandigarh.
Good afternoon, everyone. The title of my research study is The Comparative Evaluation of Assemblage-Specific Conventional and Real-Time PCR for Assemblage or Genotype Characterization of Giardia duodenalis in Human Species. So, starting with the brief introduction. Giardiasis is a gastrointestinal infection which is caused by a protozoan Giardia duodenalis which infects both human and animals. Giardia basically is transferred by the ingestion of contaminated food and water, and it is associated with compromised sanitation or poor hygiene. Now, Giardia is also assigned to 8 genetic groups or assemblages, that is A to H, by molecular characterization, that is nucleic acid polymorphism. This particular disease is characterized by acute and chronic diarrhea, nausea, flatulence, and sometimes it may progress to severe malabsorption and growth retardation. Human infections are basically caused by the genotypes A and B, but they are potentially zoonotic, that is, they infect many animals also. So thus it is valuable to study these assemblages for epidemiological purposes and their role in the transmission of infection to humans. So with this background, the aim of my study was to compare the conventional PCR and real-time PCR to determine the Giardia assemblage A and B in human samples. So coming to the material and method, 40 fecal samples which were positive for Giardia duodenalis from Department of Medical Parasitology were included in the study. Now these samples were confirmed by 2 methods. First one is the microscopy and the second one is the diagnostic next-stage PCR. For microscopy, we followed the sedimentation method where we did the formalin ether concentration method to the parasip kit, and on centrifugation we got the sediment which was used for the microscopy. So these are the trophozoites of the Giardia duodenalis. The first one is the saline mount and the second one is the iodine mount, which we can see under the light microscope, as these trophozoites are 10 to 20 micrometer in length and 5 to 15 micrometer in width, and we can see these exostyles and nucleus on both the sides of the trophozoites. So these are the cysts of Giardia duodenalis in the saline mount as well as the iodine mount, and here also we can see the thick cyst wall which is surrounding, and also with the exostyle and the nucleus. Now the second method was the diagnostic nested PCR. The locus targeted in the nested PCR was TPI gene, and these were the primers used for the particular PCR, and these were the conditions which were standardized. So these gel pictures basically shows the electrophoresis for nest 1 PCR of Giardia and stool samples with a band size of 605 base pair, and the second picture depicts the nest 2 PCR of Giardia in stool samples with 530 base pair size. Now after confirmation of the samples with microscopy and nested PCR, we did the duplex assemblage, that is genotype specific PCR. So we did 2 PCR, that is the duplex conventional PCR and duplex real-time PCR. For duplex conventional PCR, the locus targeted was the single copy gene located on chromosome 4 in Giardia duodenalis genome, both for genotype A and B. These were the primers used, and these were
giardia, which we maintain in the department in the TYS 33 media, and serial dilutions were prepared up to 10 raised to power minus 12 after diluting the DNA sample up to 1 nanogram per microliter. So for the positive controls, both for genotype A and B, so for genotype A, we use the azeni culture of Giardia duodenalis, which we maintain in the department. These are basically the Giardia culture tubes, which we maintain the culture in the department. And for assemblage B, that is genotype B, we have used the Giardia positive sample, which was confirmed by Sanger sequencing, showing 98% similarity with this accession number. Now coming to the results, the real-time PCR actually detected all assemblages in all the 40 samples. So with 8 samples showing assemblage A, 27 samples showing assemblage B, and 5 samples showing the mixed assemblage, that is both genotype A and B. On the other hand, the conventional PCR assigned only 31 samples out of the 40 samples into assemblages, with 6 samples belonging to assemblage A, 23 samples belonging to genotype B, and 2 samples belonging to mixed assemblage, as real-time PCR detected more samples, mixed assemblage samples, as compared to the conventional PCR. Now these are the representative pictures of the assemblage-specific conventional PCR for A and B. These are the gel pictures for showing the mixed assemblage infections in the human, both with assemblage A and B. And this is the duplex amplification curves from the real-time PCR, where the blue ones are the samples showing assemblage A, green ones are for the assemblage B, and this is orange and pink is for showing the positive control. As we can see in the melt peak analysis in the real-time PCR, the assemblage A shows the melt peak temperature of 84.50 degrees Celsius, and the assemblage B shows the temperature for 80 degrees. And this is the representative image for the mixed assemblage, both for A and B. And also we did the, to check the cross-reactivity, we checked for another parasites also, for hookworm, for strongyloides, for ascaris, for antamoeba and cryptosporidium. And also coming to the limit of detection, the limit of detection was found to be 10 raised to power minus 3 for conventional PCR, and for real-time PCR it was found to be 10 raised to power minus 5. So not only it confirms the positive sample, but also shows the quantitative analysis of the samples, that with how much quantity the patient is infected. So coming to the conclusions, we found that the assembly-specific real-time PCR was more sensitive as compared to the conventional PCR, and detected by the LOT, it basically detects low parasite load, which is essential for the breakpoint of transmission approaches. Maybe the limitation for the conventional PCR is due to the as it detected the more prominent assemblage in a mixed infection, and also real-time PCR detected more mixed assemblage as compared to the conventional PCR, and no cross-reactivity was observed, thus indicating a high specificity of this assay.
Thank you. What does your study convey?
Actually, ma'am, these assemblages basically play a very important role, because Giardia is a gastrointestinal infection. So basically, by studying these assemblages, we can just see the transmission dynamics, whether the infection can be zoonotic or it can be anthropoonotic. For example, we treat a patient with a drug.
Is the difference, is the treatment going to be different for either of the genotypes?
Yes, actually, ma'am, the literature shows the controversies between the two assemblages with the clinical presentation of the patient.
Only with the clinical presentation,
Yeah.
the treatment remains the same?
Yes, treatment, metronidazole is the preferred treatment, but sometimes, for example, ma'am, we treat a patient with metronidazole. So we don't know what is the source of the infection. For example, that patient is having a pet at home. So we don't know that what is the source, so we keep on treating and we develop a resistance to that particular drug for Giardia. So knowing the transmission, whether it is zoonotic, whether it is anthropoonotic, so we can basically add
How many
something.
such cases have you seen where the patient has not responded to metronidazole?
Yes, ma'am, I actually enroll patients with the gastrointestinal symptoms, and most of the patients, we give metronidazole for 15 days. But after that also the symptoms remains. And
Would it not be better to give a single shot of tinidazole then? Compliance would be better?
Yeah,
Treatment
yeah.
outcome is also better.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. So, see, being a physician, I am bewildered by these all terminology, assemblies, AB. See, for us is to get the report of giardia and treat it. So please literally convey me what actually disassemblages mean. A B. I couldn't get it from all the
Actually, sir, these parasites, they are further divided into particular genotypes.
right.
If we have a complete giardia, actually we see whether a patient is giardia positive or negative, and we treat the patient. But if we'll go in detail that what assemblage or what genotype the patient is infected with, we can actually see the source of infection, whether the patient is in contact with any animal or any other contaminant. So we can just correlate with that, and we can just tell them for further control measures and
Okay,
for
preventive aspect. We can
Yeah,
add preventive
yes,
aspect
yes,
to
sir,
that.
yes.
Thank you very much. Well said.
Thank you, ma'am. Do you got any relationship between the clinical features and the assemblage?
Sir, actually,
The severity of clinical features, I must be
yeah,
more precise.
Sir, actually, they are in literature point of view, there is a controversy between these two assemblages. Some of the studies have showed that assemblage A is related to more severe clinical presentation. Some of the studies shows that assemblage B is
No, what your study has said.
Actually, sir, I have enrolled only giardia positive patients, and I also didn't find any significant difference between the association of these assemblies with the clinical presentation, because all of them were having diarrhea, all of them were having that nausea, all of them were having symptoms. So I also didn't find any significant difference between the assemblies.
Okay, thank you.
Next we have Dr. Manaswini, JR GMC Kota.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Manaswini, and today my presentation is on comparative efficacy evaluation of disinfectants commonly used. Introduction. Disinfectants form an integral part of infection control measures followed in a hospital. Their use helps in preventing acquisition and spread of hospital-acquired infections. According to the Central of Disease Control and Prevention, every year about 2 million people acquire nosocomial infections worldwide, and about 90,000 deaths as a result of these infections. Different classes of disinfectants are available based on their effectiveness against vegetative bacteria, tubercular bacilli, fungal spores, enveloped and non-enveloped viruses, and bacterial spores. Thus, appropriate disinfection and their efficacy testing are a must for control of these infections. Aim of this study is to evaluate and compare disinfection efficacy of some locally available disinfectants against bacterial clinical isolates, and to compare fresh and long-term effectiveness of these disinfectants at their working dilutions. Material and methods. This is study design. This is laboratory-based analytical study conducted in the Department of Microbiology in a tertiary care institute from May to June 2023, after being approved by the Institute Research and Ethics Committee. Disinfectants used. 4 commonly used disinfectants: hydrogen peroxide, alcohol-based hand rubs, sterilium, and sodium hypochlorite were used at their working dilutions, and the supply was from RMHCL. Concentrations of disinfectants used: hydrogen peroxide in 3%, sodium hypochlorite in 1%, sterilium that was 75% isopropyl alcohol, and alcohol-based hand rub was 70% ethyl alcohol. Test organisms were Staphylococcus aureus, Escherichia coli, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, and Acinetobacter baumannii. Hospital strains of all the above-mentioned organisms obtained from our laboratory were used, and the procedure used was quantitative suspension test. Methodology: 10 microliter of density 0.5 McFarland bacterial culture was suspended into the 5 ml of disinfectant solution at working dilution, and after a contact period of about 1 hour, they were subcultured on nutrient agar plate to see whether microorganisms are killed or not, and they were termed as test. On other nutrient agar plate, 10 microliter of same bacterial suspension without disinfectant was directly inoculated, and they were termed as control. Both the plates were incubated at 37 degrees overnight. The number of surviving organisms on subculture plate with the disinfectant was counted in colony forming units and compared to the growth on directly inoculated plate, showing number of surviving organisms on plate without disinfectant. Efficacy was calculated using formula microbicidal effect, that is log C minus log T, where C are the number of colonies from control plates and T from the test plates. And test for long-term effectiveness, the working dilution of disinfectant calculated is based on suspension test and it applies only to freshly prepared solutions. But in a healthcare facility, these solutions are likely to be kept for more than 24 hours. Therefore, we again checked for the effectiveness of disinfectants by a repetitive quantitative suspension test after keeping the prepared disinfectants at room temperature for 7 days. Statistics. Data were reported as logarithmic reduction in colony counts and ME was interpreted. Comparison of ME of disinfectants when fresh and stored was done using chi-square test. A p-value of less than 0.05 was considered significant. Results. Overall, all the 4 disinfectants used showed satisfactory microbicidal activity against the clinical bacterial isolates. The analysis in this study showed that hydrogen peroxide and sodium hypochlorite were more effective on all the 4 organisms when compared to the other disinfectants. Alcohol-based hand rub was observed to have the lowest microbicidal activity. The microbicidal effect of all the disinfectants were observed to have decreased many folds when stored to a duration of 7 days, thereby emphasizing periodic determination of their microbicidal effect. Comparison of microbicidal effect of disinfectants against bacterial isolates when fresh and stored for a week. Here F stands for fresh and S stands for stored. The highly effective agents are rated as +3 and those are with log reduction values of more than 5, and as effective with +2 those with log reduction values of 5, and less effective with +1 with log reduction values of in between 1 to 4, and ineffective as negative with value less than 1. Comparison of log reduction values of disinfectants obtained in the study, and then fresh and stored both are given in this table, and the order of microbicidal effect of disinfectants used periodically to ascertain their potency and efficacy, as disinfectants tend to lose their potency on standing or addition of organic matter. There are several methods of testing disinfectants with their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, carrier test, suspension test, capacity test, practical test, field test, or in-use test. In our study, we performed the quantitative suspension test to evaluate the microbicidal activity of the disinfectants. Since it is more feasible than other methods, this test helped us in quantitatively assessing the decrease in the microbicidal load. The strains of bacteria used in this study represented the common nosocomial pathogens routinely isolated in our hospital. Conclusion: our study concluded that disinfectants form an integral part of the infection control measures, and it is prudent to test disinfectants periodically to ascertain their efficacy and potency. Most of the disinfectants tend to lose their microbicidal potency on long standing. Several methods are there for disinfectant testing, but most of them are not workable because of their cumbersome procedures. Proper concentration and proper contact period is a must for efficient action of disinfectants. Strict policy should be formulated for disinfectant selection and their use in order to curb the use of low quality and unauthorized
Dr.
disinfectants.
Manaswini, please stop. Yeah, we've got the message that you wanted to convey. Just let us know what were your controls that you have used when you did the microbicidal assay.
Ma'am, controls were, ma'am, as I used the same bacterial suspension that I termed as control, ma'am.
Are you supposed to use that?
then how would we compare?
ATCC?
Well,
Do you
actually
have
we-
ATCC organisms? You're supposed to use ATCC for everything. You have to use a growth control. Naive organisms without the exposure to the disinfectants. Okay, that will serve as your growth control for these strains. But to say that your disinfectant was working standard, you have to use the ATCC strains. Okay, so I mean it's not something that you are supposed to know. I mean we are supposed to tell you and guide you. Okay, and the next thing is we already know that that when we store them, they lose their potency. Okay, so did you also look at, you have tested that, but did you look at any organic load when you added? What would have happened to the fresh disinfectant also?
And this is a limitation of a study that organic matter is already there. We don't consider
So
it.
what should you tell when you are going on infection control rounds? What should you tell everybody, all the healthcare workers?
Ma'am, that we should pay.
If your hands are dirty, would you still tell them to go ahead with an alcohol hand rub?
Ma'am, dirty as in ma'am first to.
If your hands are dirty, would you still tell them to go in for a hand rub? Yes or no?
No, ma'am. First we will hand wash and then.
So we have to do hand washing, okay? Because we know that if there is a tremendous dust or dirt on any surface, you try to disinfect, it will not. Okay? Okay. Thank you.
Next presentation is by Dr. R.C. JR GMC Amritsar.
Good afternoon. My topic is bacterial, viral and parasitic profile of the stool samples of the patients presenting with acute diarrhea, with special emphasis on molecular detection of diarrheogenic E. coli. As per WHO, the diarrhea is defined as passage of 3 or more loose or liquid stools per day, or more frequent passage than is normal for an individual. It is usually a symptom of an infection. So the burden of disease is such that diarrhea is one of the top 10 diseases to contribute to the global disability adjusted life years, even in the recent years. It's the second leading cause of death in children under 5 years of age. 1.7 billion cases of childhood diarrhea diseases are reported, with 5,25,000 deaths. In India, about 1/3 of the hospital admissions are due to diarrheal diseases, and 17% of the deaths in the hospitalized patients are diarrhea related. So the risk factors for the pediatrics and adult age groups are common in cases of socio-demographic factors. The factors in pediatric age group also include the breastfeeding techniques, top feed if given or not to the patient, eating habits and immunization status. In case of adults, history of travel to the endemic areas, predisposing illness, immunocompromised states, intake of antibiotics and previous surgical procedures also are the risk factors. These are the important causes of infective diarrhea, including the viral, bacterial and protozoal causes. In cases of children, viral etiology is most common. In cases of adults, also viral etiology like noroviruses, followed by diarrheogenic E. coli and so on. Aims and objectives of the study is to study various bacterial, viral, parasitic causes of acute diarrhea in pediatrics as well as in adult population, with molecular detection of diarrheogenic E. coli and their speciation by phenotypic and molecular testing. It is the study was conducted at Government Medical College Amritsar after approval from the ethics committee. A total of 70 patients were taken, equally divided into pediatrics and adult population presenting with acute diarrhea. Demographic profile was taken on a structured performer. Detailed clinical history and examination was also performed in all the patients. The sample was collected in a sterile wide mouth container and was transported on the same day. An aliquot of the sample was preserved at -20 degrees for ELISA and PCR testing. The samples were inspected macroscopically, microscopically by wet mount and iodine mount preparation for protozoa, cysts and ova. Also modified ZN staining was performed to detect the acid-fast organisms. Culture was done on Mekongki agar, blood agar, XLD, TCBS and was incubated at 35 degrees for 24 hours, and the isolates were identified by colony morphology, gram staining and biochemical tests. ELISA were performed for rotavirus antigen detection by using Serazyme rotavirus one-step enzyme immunoassay, and it is based on the polyclonal antibodies to group-specific VP6 antigens, which is a major protein of group A rotaviruses. For molecular detection done after the bacterial DNA extraction by the spin column method, We used Elplex TM GI bacteria 2 assay, which detected STX1, STX2 Shiga-like toxins, EAA for enteropathogenic E. coli, enterotoxigenic E. coli, labile or stable toxin O157, and AGGR for aggregative E. coli. So the results were based on the FAM, Hex, Calred and Casser, which were the dyes, and each dye had two graphs which were presenting different types of organisms isolated. So here, for the FAM, Hex, Calred and Casser 60, we have two types of graphs present on each dye detecting different organisms. So the results were such: in cases of out of 70 total samples processed, 35 were children and 35 were adults. Out of the total samples, 44, that is 62.8%, was positive for various pathogenic microbes like DEC, parasites and rotavirus. Among the DEC infection, the most common isolated was enterotoxigenic Escherichia coli, followed by pathogenic, followed by aggregative, and lastly enterohemorrhagic. Among the parasites, Giardia species, followed by Cryptosporidium, then Ascaris and Isospora belli was isolated. These are the pictures showing Giardia, Isospora, Cryptosporidium and Ascaris. Rotavirus antigen was present in 14% of the cases. If we go to the age-wise distribution, the pediatric population, the viral etiology was most common, followed by the bacterial, in which also the enterotoxigenic Escherichia coli was most common, followed by parasitic. But in cases of adults, we found that bacterial causes, the diarrheogenic E. coli was most common, followed by parasitic and least rotavirus. So the one case out of 32 positive samples, one case in adult was positive for rotavirus antigen as well. In our study, we found out that the pediatric population, the cause of diarrhea was rotavirus infection, and on probing the history of these patients, these were unimmunized for any vaccine. So if we took the card or see the BCG scar, the BCG scar is also absent. So these patients were unimmunized for any kind of vaccine. So in cases of bacterial causes of acute diarrhea, DEC was there in our study. For parasitic causes in children, the children were mainly OPD cases with mild or no dehydration, were either never been dewormed or not dewormed properly. In cases of adults, DEC remained the most common cause of adult diarrhea. The patient has usually had taken the antibiotics even before presenting to the hospital. Rotavirus infection was found in only one case in cases of adults, while Cryptosporidium and Isospora were mainly isolated in HIV/AIDS patients. Conclusion is that early diagnosis of infectious agents causing diarrhea is extremely essential for proper management of the patients. Continuous and prospective monitoring, it will help to detect the changing trends of etiological agents causing diarrhea, and hence reduce the morbidity and mortality associated with it. It will also influence the vaccine-based preventive strategies and judicious use of antibiotics, and will aid the policy making decisions at the local and national level. These are my references. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. RC. You've given us a good idea about, a fairly good idea about the profile of organisms that are known to cause diarrhea. So what would you do? In your patient population, you found a lot of ETEC, enterotoxigenic E. coli among children, which is unusual. So would you comment on it further?
Usually the cause in acute diarrhea in children was, the main cause in my study also was rotavirus infection. For this, we have to just orally rehydrate the patient. In case of enterotoxigenic E. coli, usually there is antibiotics which are to be given only in the severe cases. If the patient is having a very severe clinical history presenting, and on microscopy we are having so many pus cells and this is correlating with the clinical history, then we go for antibiotic therapy in case of enterotoxigenic E. coli.
What is the primary pathogenesis of ETEC causing diarrhea?
Due to labile or heat stable toxin.
So it is toxin mediated. You hardly see any inflammatory cells in the stool sample. So never go by pus sample in these cases. You will not find any. It will be rather misleading. And if you find pus cells, please look for other agents. I'm surprised you've not found much Shigella, because Shigella is very, very common in pediatric population. Thank you.
Very good presentation. You have talked about a clinical examination of the patient. So can you get us some idea about what was the clinical profile of the patient who presented, especially in adult population?
So in adult populations, usually firstly the demographic profile of the patient was such that the patient was usually rural population based. The type of makan they were living in were mostly kacha makan with no proper waste disposal facilities available to them. After that, the patients were presenting with acute history of diarrhea, that is less than 14 days of diarrhea, with fever, with vomiting and abdominal cramps in most of the cases were present in case of adult population. And after that, we also took the history of travel in cases of adult population, also the history of any previous intakes of antibiotics if present in the population, which was present in some of the cases of adult population. They were already on antibiotics when presented for acute diarrhea to our institution. Then, yes, that's it for adult.
What was the clinical profile? Any comorbidity they were suffering?
Yes,
you
sir.
found? Which comorbidity was very common in this group, adult group?
Not as such.
It was HIV positive. It was
HIV, that was
diabetic
in
or
parasitic, yes sir. In HIV AIDS patients, the parasitic causes, the cryptosporidium and isospora was mainly there. In case of bacterial causes, there was no.
Did you got any patient who was suffering from immunocompromised on steroid or immunocompromised drug or on long-term antibiotics, or he was suffering from HIV?
Yes sir. From HIV, yes.
How many patients?
There were 3 patients, sir. Only 3 patients, and all of them had cryptosporidium. 2 patients had cryptosporidium, and 1 patient isospora was found in the stool sample.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Arsi, the extent of your study is quite vast, but comparatively, the sample size is very, very less.
Yeah, it's actually part of the study which is going to be continued in the next 1 year as well.
It would be better if you have chosen some particular pathogens, or you would have increased your sample size, first of all. Secondly, you have said that the children which you have noticed, they were not immunized, even BCG scar was not present. So how can you correlate a BCG scar with a rotavirus infection?
Sir, usually the documentation for the vaccination is not available. If it is not available to us, we just see the BCG scar. If it is present, that maybe the patient has been
It's not
delivered.
100,
No, it's not
it's not
related.
100%.
It's not related to the rotavirus, but
The
records
BCG
for
scar
it
is not 100% available always.
Yeah, it's not 100% available always, but since the records were not available for any of the patients, so we presume that the patients were not immunized. And on probing with the parents also, it was found that they have not been immunized for any kind of vaccine.
Have you touched the ASHA or the Anganwadi worker for vaccination status? Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now we will be taking a break for the lunch and kindly reassemble at 1:45 for the rest of the presentation.
हेलो 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 ठीक है जी ओके
Hello. So celiac disease is a chronic immune-mediated enteropathy where the immune system is very sensitive to the dietary gluten, resulting in small intestinal mucosal inflammation. Gluten is the insoluble cereal protein which is present in wheat, rye, and barley. This disease occurs in genetically predisposed individuals who carry the genes for HLA DQ2 and DQ8. The global prevalence of this disease has been estimated to be 1%, which varies considerably among different geographic locations. The patient presents with GI symptoms mostly, but they may also present with extraintestinal symptoms such as iron deficiency, anemia, neurological symptoms, and others. But what all patients have in common is the characteristic pathology in the small intestine. The problem with celiac disease is that it presents as an iceberg phenomenon and only 25% of the cases are diagnosed. Rest of them usually go unnoticed or are diagnosed delayed. So the current guidelines for diagnosis of CD, they rely on a sequential approach where the patients are first screened by serological testing, including testing for endomycin antibody and tissue transglutaminase antibodies, and then they are further confirmed by the biopsy. So biopsy has been the gold standard for confirming the disease. Actually, DQ2 and DQ8 testing is done in cases of any discordance observed in the results. But there are certain concerns regarding the biopsy. That is, it is poorly tolerated, it is expensive, and carries certain risks. There is intra-observer disagreement in the interpretation of small bowel biopsy by the pathologist. Histological findings are characteristic but not specific. There is poor compliance for TTG patients to undergo biopsy. Expertise at the primary care centers. So these are the published guidelines for diagnosis of CD, where the above two guidelines, they mandate the use of biopsy as well as serology for the diagnosis. But the European Society of Pediatric Gastroenterology recently has advocated the approach for a non-invasive method of diagnosing CD patients. And after that, World Gastroenterology Association has followed the same. Now these guidelines, they challenge the necessity for duodenal biopsy in pediatric population only, but it has not been readily accepted. They suggested that if we take the cutoff of IgA TTG above 10 times the upper normal limit, then we can diagnose the celiac disease without biopsy. Many studies have evaluated different cutoffs of IgA to reliably establish the diagnosis of CD in adults after these guidelines. And to the best of my knowledge, no such study has been done in India. So this study was planned to assess whether a TTG level of more than 10 and more than 5 times the upper normal limit can be considered for detecting duodenal mucosal lesions. So this study was done in the Department of Microbiology along with Gastroenterology and Department of Pathology. It was a retrospective analysis of medical records of suspected CD patients who underwent small bowel biopsy from 2019 to 2023. Exclusion criteria included patients with less than 18 years of age, with Whipple's disease, Crohn's, malignancy, and patients who did not have their TTG reports available. So out of nearly 2,000 medical records, 94 medical records of biopsy confirmed CD adult patients with available anti-TTG Ig antibodies formed the study group. Laboratory methods, serology was done in all the patients, that is IgA and anti-tissue transglutaminase antibodies were detected by ELISA with 100% specificity and good sensitivity and confidence limit of 95% using positive and negative controls. The cutoff for the kit that we use in our department was 20 international unit per ml. Samples were also tested for IgG and TTG antibodies by ELISA to rule out the possibility of IgA deficient false negative cases. Then biopsy was taken from second part of duodenum through esophagoduodenoscopy. HP staining was done and histopathological grading was performed as per the modified Marsh grading. And duodenal biopsy report was considered as the confirmatory diagnosis of CD. This is the scale of Marsh grading that I have shown. Then we categorized the patients into two groups based on two different cutoffs. One cutoff was 10 times the upper normal limit and one cutoff was 5 times the upper normal limit. So various statistical methods were applied. Then we had a total of 94 patients who fulfilled the criteria. Females predominated this study. The median age of the study population was 33.5 years. Maximum number of patients presented with the GI symptoms. 18 cases had atypical symptoms in which short stature, hypothyroidism and diabetes were predominant in the study group. Preponderance of GI over atypical symptoms was statistically significant. This is the Marsh scoring of the study population where Marsh 3 grade predominated. This is the division of the patients as per the TTG levels. Above 200 we had 26 patients and below we had 68, which were further categorized into different cutoffs. So this is the TTG titers against the Marsh grade in patients, where the important thing to note was that above 200 we had 26 patients which all fell in the grade 3. So grade 3 was the one for which we had above 200 titers.
This is the sensitivity specificity chart that is above 200. The sensitivity for detection of March 3 was 48.15%, that is low. Specificity was 100% and PPV was 100%. And this is the the sensitivity specificity chart at cutoff of 5 times the upper normal limit, where sensitivity increased to 98.155%, specificity decreased and PPV also decreased. Then this is the ROC curve analysis which we did to find out the best possible sensitivity and specificity, and the cutoff that we obtained by this was 210 international unit per ml. So discussion, this disease is more common in females just like other autoimmune diseases. The correct diagnosis of CD is very crucial because false positive results would imply unnecessary treatment comprising of a GFD for an entire lifetime. False negative results would imply potential complications. So our study supports a change in the guidelines towards a no biopsy approach in certain cases with raised TTG levels for the diagnosis of CD in adults. So TGA value was significantly higher in patients with villus atrophy. Now we compared March 3 grade patients TTG values with March 2 and 1, and why did we consider March 3 as the primary reference was because March 3 represents hallmark pathological changes of CD. March 1 findings are not specific for CD but may be found in other diseases. Transition from March 1 to March 2 is rarely encountered. So when we evaluated the 10 cutoff, 10 times the upper normal limit, we found 100% PPV. That means that 26 cases out of 54 from March 3 grade could have avoided biopsy. So sensitivity was low because 28 cases out of a total of 54 March 3 grade patients were missed if we use only serology and biopsy is not done. So biopsy is still mandatory for confirming CD, but in certain cases with extremely elevated cutoff TTG antibodies, we can advocate a biopsy-free approach. Few studies have concluded that if endoscopy biopsy could be avoided, the time to start GFD would be brought forward by 3 months. So this not only spares the complication and expenditure associated with biopsy, but also allows a timely diagnosis of CD, especially at centers where expertise and skill for biopsy are not available. So many studies have evaluated the diagnostic accuracy of this similar cutoff, and they found the results similar to us. So other cutoffs were also suggested by many studies because they observed that lowering the cutoff increased the sensitivity. That is why we also tested for a cutoff of 5 times the upper normal limit, and we also observed that sensitivity was increased to a great extent but specificity decreased. So if we use this cutoff, then in the March 3 lesions only one case remains undiagnosed. So
I think you've crossed the time.
Yes.
So just let us know, that you have compared the anti-TTG antibodies with the histopathological March 3.
Yes, ma'am.
And is there any role of calprotectin assay in celiac disease identification and even categorization?
Of ma'am?
Calprotectin assay.
That I
Right. Because earlier that was used to classify clinically. I think you can tell us more about it. That's also a non-invasive method, and clinically it has been used. I still don't know what is the relevance as of the current times. And you said that it has a good specificity.
Yes, ma'am.
So is there any other condition in which such an assay can fail or have a positive reaction where it can mislead the clinician?
Ma'am, if the patient is IgA deficient, then in those cases also the TTG report would come negative. But in those cases we do IgG also along with IgA. Moreover, ma'am, these guidelines that I have been talking about, the European guidelines, they suggest that apart from this, we must also do the endomycin antibody testing should be done along with this.
Yes,
But that
precisely.
is a,
That
ma'am,
is
immunofluorescence test, and it is not available at all the centers, and it's difficult to interpret also. It is subjective
Because
and
we
costly.
should never go in for just one single assay, even if it is non-invasive,
Yes, ma'am. But,
specifically for such diseases which
yes.
can have a long-term chronicity.
Ma'am, but there was one publication which I read which said that if we include EMA antibody testing, then the patient, so since it's difficult to do, so it will be more difficult to diagnose the patient because it actually doesn't get done. It's not done, EMA antibody testing. So if we incorporate this into the guidelines, then again the protocol will not be followed properly. Because ultimately EMA testing is available at very, very few centers and at reference centers only, and it's difficult to interpret and costly also. So
Very well said. So actually what was your cut point you have established is
So,
approximately about
200.
200.
Yes.
That was the cut point.
Yes.
and with that you have been able to avoid upper GI endoscopy with D2 biopsy in approximately 48% of the patient. So it means ki if we perform only anti-TTG, IG A or B both or alone.
Sir,
You were performing both IgG A and in combination, or you are only comparing IgG A or IgG
Sir, at our
anti-TTG?
institute, we have been doing both the ELISAs for IgA as well as for IgG. Because sometimes when IgA is deficient, then we go for IgG. But as a routine in our institute, we perform both the ELISAs.
Both the ELISAs.
Yes, sir.
So my second question is that you only compared with March 3
Yes,
classification. But in clinical practice, whenever we get report of even in March 1 or 2, guidelines are there. We put the patient on empirically for 3 months for gluten-free diet, and we also see clinically whether the patient respond to treatment or not.
Yes, sir.
And my question is that if only we are looking for March 3
Yes, sir.
with this clinical outcome.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So because as I said, March 2 is rarely seen. The transition from March 1 to 3 is rare, and in our study also we only had 3 patients of March 2. But in March 1 we have other diseases also which can present in the similar way. The biopsy picture can present in a similar way. So March 3 we use because we can just make sure that if we have a patient above 200 cutoff, then we can start. So this is particularly for the places like primary health care where we have we do not have the expertise of gastroendoscopy. And moreover, ma'am, the load of CD is increasing. Actually, the prevalence has been increasing.
Okay.
Most of the patients are missed, and there is a lot of complication if we miss CD cases. So that is why just if a patient presents at a primary care level with a TTG report above 200, then we can definitely start with GM. For March 2 and 1, so we can go for biopsy.
Right. Secondly, how many patients with celiac disease, if you might have studied the retrospectively the data, how many patients with celiac disease they present on histopathological examination with March 3?
So like in my case, maximum were March 3 only. Otherwise, what I have seen, I've read many of the papers. Most of them have compared March 3 with March 2 and 1, like what I have done. And nearly 50% patients present with March 3, as per my knowledge of the previous.
Very well done. Can you tell me just for the sake of why this prevalence? You might have read the data, or you might have read literature while doing this study. So why incidence of celiac disease is rising in India? Can you?
Yes. So there are many reasons. First and foremost reason is that there is generalized increased awareness regarding the disease amongst the general population also and the physicians also. Secondly, sir, the serological testing, basically the screening what we are doing, we have a lot of availability of good sensitivity and specificity serological tests. So we are able to screen more and more tests. Moreover, earlier the disease was considered to be more prevalent only in the children, but now adults are also diagnosed with this disease. So mainly it is awareness and serological testing which has improved.
There is another reason which why this prevalence, just for sake of, we have published a chapter on celiac disease in our PG update. So when we look at the data, just for your information, that we were surprised to know that type 5 wheat variety which we are using now, they are polyploidal wheat varieties. They are hybrid wheat varieties which was imported from, which is known as brown wheat, imported from USA. So our original varieties of wheat, they were monoploidal varieties. Monoploidal, you understand genetically, monoploidal varieties. We were using that variety from many years together. So this was one of the important factors. That when we imported during Green Revolution, when we imported the varieties from US, crossed that varieties and got polyploidal wheat varieties, they become highly immunogenic, and that's why we are encountering more and more patients, especially in North India, because we're predominantly eating wheat.
So that too, plus North mate is more important also because this DQ2, DQ8 polymorphism is more present here as compared to South. So this disease is not very much prevalent in South. And so one more thing that I read was that the duration of starting the breastfeeding and starting the other food, that is also important, and now people are maybe stopping the breastfeeding soon, so that may be one of the reasons as per one of the publications.
So sometimes it becomes very important to look to back to past to solve the present problem. So this
Even
is the one of
cesarean
the disease which
section-
are
Even cesarean section has been told to be one of the reasons
one of
for
the respective ones.
increasing prevalence.
So this is one of the disease which are imported from Western, one of the factors.
Yes.
For original variety, though they were not very, their production was very low. They were not high yielding variety, but they were very less immunogenic. So by default, we have attained few varieties which are highly immunogenic. Thank you very much.
We learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to come up on the stage is Dr. Arpita, PhD student, PGI Chandigarh.
Hello. Hello. The work we started was to zoom in the gut dynamics of healthy adult individuals as a function of the geographical location through the microbial lens. The work was carried out in the departments of medical microbiology and gastroenterology, PGI Chandigarh, and with my guide, Professor Neelam Taneja, and my co-guide, Usha Datta ma'am. So, a basic introduction. Our body, it encompasses huge numbers of microorganisms. They are not just bacteria, but viruses, fungi, and other life forms as well. And they collectively are called as the microbiome. And various organs in our body, they have the microbiome. We have it on, on our skin, but gut encompasses the maximum numbers of the microbiome. Now, there are multiple factors which are known to cause the microbial dysbiosis or the disbalance which is seen. So, I'll cover that. And this is the major bacterial constitution of gut metagenome we talk about. So, normal gut profile, it looks like this. Major components are the firmicutes, which are around 60 to 80%, bifidobacteria, and then followed by bacteroidetes, which are 20 to 30%, and then followed by bifidobacteria and proteobacteria. Altogether, they provide the host with various functions and help the host with various things. Now, talking about the dysbiosis, it is multifactorial. And the very first thing is genetics, which has a role to play in microbiome dysbiosis. The second, which is which we tried to focus on, is location. So when we talk about the effect of environment, so the very first thing is location, and we tried to focus on that. And the third thing is diet. It plays a very huge role, as sir was also mentioning. Then antibiotics, they also are a very important factor. So these all components, a single individual component is not responsible for causing the dysbiosis which is seen. These components all together, they intersect in multiple ways to make any disease or the health condition, any pathologic disease condition, to make it clinically relevant also. Now, our aim was to examine how the gut microbiomes, they differ among healthy adult individuals as a function of their geographical location. Our cohort was healthy adult individuals. We took 31 adult individuals, and they were above 18 years of age, and we took the informed filled the informed consent form from all of them. And the exclusion criteria was that they had not consumed any antibiotics prior 2 months of the sample collection. Now, the location sites which we selected were 3 different sites. First was Baddi, then Kangra, both are Himachal Pradesh sites, and Chandigarh. These 3 distinct locations were selected because of the differences in lifestyle, diet consumption, and exposure. The very first is Kangra. It's a pristine site and it's a rural area, and the population is also less there. Now, second was Chandigarh, which is an urban city, and the population is a bit higher. And then the third which we took was Asia's second largest industrial hub. Its population is a bit higher, and it is like the pharmaceutical hub. Now our methodology was to collect the fecal samples from these adults. Then we extracted the DNA and then the quality control was done. And we aimed for doing the sequencing of these samples, 16S rRNA gene sequencing for taxonomic identification, and also wanted to do the AMR gene detection. So these are the results. This is basically the nanodrop results of the DNA quality, and this is the 16S PCR which we did, and it showed that it followed out around 500 base pairs, which is around the band size for 16S V3 V4 region for the detection. Then we gave it for sequencing, and we the median reads which we found were 156.6 million reads. So coming to the results, like we wanted to see the taxonomic identification, the total species diversity as we observed here, it was like location wise, this box plot, it represents that in Baddi we can see that the species diversity is spread much more as compared to Kangra and Chandigarh, and the Chandigarh box plot or the median values, it falls somewhere in between the two sites when we compare it to the rural and the pharmaceutical hub. And it was significantly different because the p-value was 0.0077. Now, when we digged a bit into the phylum level composition of the bacterial community, and we again, according to the location wise, here we can see that majorly in all the three, it shows that firmicutes, the blue ones, and then followed by the green bacteroidetes, and the orange ones, actinobacteria. But here we can see that in different sample types as a whole, when we take it according to the location, we can see in Baddi, the composition is a bit heterogeneous as compared to Chandigarh. It was homogeneous, and Kangra was somewhere in between in that sense. So the microbial community composition also showed, which we made a PCOA plot. It showed that Baddi, which is shown in red, it comparatively is like the data was spread, and Chandigarh, which is green, it falls somewhere in between both this Kangra, which is blue, and Baddi, which is red. And when we did the AMR gene coverage, it also showed this pattern which was expected, that Baddi, it is much more exposed to anthropogenic pollutions and everything. So Baddi showed a higher number of normalized total AMR gene coverage per gigabase pairs as compared to Chandigarh, and then followed by Kangra, which is comparatively cleaner site and a pristine site. So our conclusions and discussion go like this. Kangra, which is rural and pristine, it displayed the highest significant species number across the three regions. And adults from industrial areas like Baddi, they showed reduced species diversity, possibly due to a more heterogeneous environment which is present there, and the industrial anthropogenic disturbances which are observed there. The community composition, it also differed significantly in the three geographic locations, and the total AMR gene coverage by location was also significantly different. So our study basically, it indicates some broad trends in fecal microbiome diversity, its composition and AMR that differ markedly across distinct regions. And the future prospects go like this, that during these times of westernization pressures, our gut microbiome is changing somewhere, and some pathophysiological states such as inflammatory bowel disease. I'm also working on that for my PhD. So these are much more prevalent these days, and it's important for us to consider these. These are my thoughts. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The main thing that like it's stated from way back times, that all the diseases, they start from gut, and if we want to treat the diseases, we have to go back there. We have to listen to our gut, what it says in every aspect, because normally also if we are talking, we say, I have a gut feeling, I have something. So it really has a major role in what we eat and what we do. And there is this concept which is coming, that the bacteroidetes to firmicutes ratio, it is very important, because like if we consume diet which is rich in fiber, it is known to increase the ratio of firmicutes as compared to Bacteroidetes. So Bacteroidetes phyla, it is basically, it promotes some inflammatory cytokine pathways. So it might promote like it can make the host susceptible to some diseases. It can do that. So I read it somewhere that your this thing, your gut is the gun and the trigger is the environment. So whatever you take inside, it somehow it shows to whatever is happening. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, I have also read this. Yes. Because yeah, because the immunological memory is not formed and whenever they are exposed. That is the thing. Yes. Yes, yes, exactly. Yes. Yes. Yes, true. Yes, true. Yes, sir. I take IBD patients normally for my PhD thesis. So some patients they come and they tell कि मैम अगर मतलब वो मुझे बताते हैं कि मैम आगे कोई पेशेंट आए तो उनको बताना कि ये खाएं ताकि उनका गट बेटर रहे. तो मैंने उनको बोला था एंड इट्स वेरी पर्सनलाइज्ड ऑल्सो कि किसी को कुछ चीज़ सूट करती है किसी को नहीं करती है. तो उस मतलब पेशेंट ने मुझे बोला था कि मैम दही में इसबगोल लेके अगर खाओगे तो यू और मतलब जो भी पेशेंट है उनको बेटर फील होगा. और वो कह रहा था कि मुझे 6 महीने में काफ़ी फ़र्क पड़ा है. ऐसे करके मतलब उसने मुझे बताया था. यस सर. थैंक यू सर. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, okay. Sir, I also collected the metadata along with the fecal samples. So I am like we are doing it currently to overlap it with whatever findings we have. So in that it is very clear like the individuals they have told some of them they regularly eat out like different things and which is made out like तला हुआ खाना एंड समथिंग लाइक दैट. एंड कांगड़ा वाले लोग वो घर पे करते हैं उगाते भी घर पे ही हैं तो उस चीज़ का भी बहुत फ़र्क पड़ता है कि वो खा क्या रहे हैं. मतलब ऐसा मुझे लगता है. इट्स ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग एंड आई मीन आई डोंट नो वी कैन से इट फॉर श्योर सो वी जस्ट सॉरी मैम आई लव पिज़्ज़ा. मैम आई डू लव इट. पिज़्ज़ा तो पसंद है.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Next we have Dr. Shijo, Assistant Professor, Shri Dhanvantri Ayurvedic College, Chandigarh.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon all. Myself Dr. Shijo, working as an assistant professor in the department of Shalyatandra Sri Dhanvantri Ayurvedic College, Chandigarh. So mine is not a clinical study, but I am here to explain some of the things which is told in Ayurveda. So these everybody explained before also, so I am skipping. And in Ayurveda, it is told like milk products and buttermilk and curd are probiotics, and several herbs that is explained, and we are using daily, that is garlic, onion, asparagus, everything. It comes under, and it is very good for our. So this also it is explained. Next, Ayurveda recognize that every individual, so it has her his or her own unique psychophysiological constitution. In our term, it is called as Prakriti. So nowadays, WHO emphasize on the topic like personalized medicine. It is coming up. So every individual, we are not prescribing or giving the same medicines for every disease. We are seeing the disease, and we are giving the medicines separately for different person and different patients. So again, for Ayurveda considers food as a medicine, and we use spices, herbs to create and maintain balance in the physiology and to treat the specific disease conditions. And we have wonderful drug called Triphala. Triphala means 3 fruits, that is Empilica officinalis, Terminalia bellerica, then Terminalia cebula. So this drug is a very wonderful drug, and this help in the rejuvenation treatment programs, and it help to improve the elimination of the toxins which is present inside the gut. And so many studies have found that the Triphala has different potential clinical application, includes appetite stimulation and reduction in hyperacidity and constipation. And nowadays constipation is a major issue that everybody is having constipation in one or the other ways. And other these properties such as anti-inflammatory, immunomodulatory, antibacterial, anti-mutagenic, then it is anti-neoplastic, all these, and it has also got the antioxidant properties. So this Triphala can modulate the human gut microbiome, and then it helps in the growth of the beneficial bifidobacteria and lactobacillus. And another thing, the thali, that is Indian food, that it contains many dishes. And in one of this study, it told like that the sambar which is present in the thali, which the thali diet suppress the chemically induced colon carcinogenesis. That is an in vivo study. And these black and white peppercorns, cloves, cinnamon, the nutmeg, black and green cardamom, all this helps in the suppression of the chemically induced carcinogenesis. So then we have integrative medicines, that is combined research is needed for the validation of some of the practices which is also it is practicing in Ayurveda, and with the help of modern science we have to develop some the research protocols, and studies can be carried out. Again, this is an interesting work which is published in the Nature journal. And finally, we are what we eat and drink. Then Debo bhakshade duantam kajjalam cha prasuyade yadannam bhakshaye nityam jayande tadrishi praja. That means the lamp eat darkness and produces the black suit. So what food or what quality of food we are eating, so we will produce like that. That's it. And finally, all disease begins in the gut. Thank you.
In your opinion, I mean, what are you prescribing to see? I mean, you've heard people presenting on inflammatory bowel disease, celiac diseases, and ulcerative colitis.
Ma'am, one of in Ayurveda there is Panchakarma. You all may have heard. In that, basti means enema. So medicated one liquid we are preparing. Again, that depends upon the condition. Different medicines are used along with honey, and some of the medicated powders. These are the fine powders, and we are giving the enema. So if we are giving probiotics from the through the mouth, that will destroy by the enzymes which is present in the stomach. So if you are giving this through the anal route or the enema, it will be absorbed, and we are getting good results. Patient is having better results. So it is one of the panchakarma that can be advised, or inflammatory IBD patients we are giving that.
Dr. Shizu, as you know that you have been listening to all that antimicrobial resistance has been increasing day by day.
Yes, sir.
And we have been very limited antibiotics for particular infections, certain infections.
Yes.
So can you enlighten us about the use of tulsi, neem and turmeric towards antimicrobial use? Because many of the allopathic companies also, they are using turmeric as
an extract.
Oh, okay, that's it.
So I think 2-3 months back, I have listening to the microcon seminar. Pallabri sir was talking about the one picture was there. It is like 2000 BC. They were telling like, take this route, your disease will get cured. Then after that, pills, then prayer and everything. Again, it is back to the roots. Yes, sir was telling like that. So this antimicrobial resistance is more, and this drugs which sir has told, that is tulsi, neem and all, these we are now also we are using, but not in the form of extracts. Extracts also we are using, but proper clinical study is not being conducted. It is still underway.
Have you done certain study on inhibitory effects on particular pathogen of tulsi extract or neem extract?
No, sir.
Okay.
Actually, that is not my department.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon all. First, I would like to thank for giving me this platform to present my work. So, title for my study is illustrating the different pathogenic mechanisms of various serotypes of Shigella using human intestinal organoid model. So, shigellosis is a dysenteric syndrome caused by Shigella, a gram-negative bacterium, which belong to family Enterobacteriaceae. This exclusively human disease is transmitted directly by the fecal-oral route from an infected patient, or indirectly through contaminated food and water. The main clinical symptoms are diarrhea containing blood and sometimes mucus, followed by abdominal cramps and fever. It is highly contagious infection capable of transmission with as few as 10 to 100 microorganisms. Shigella is further divided into 4 subgroups: Shigella flexneri, sonnei, dysentery and boydii. So this picture shows the global burden of ETEC and Shigella among the children, and you can see that in India there is 52% prevalence of Shigella. So, no individual is immune to shigellosis, and antibiotic treatment is prescribed to treat this infection. Further emergence of multi-drug resistant strain of Shigella further complicate the prevention of treatment complicated. According to WHO, vaccine development against shigellosis is a high priority considering the global burden. For this, better understanding of the host immune response to Shigella infection required. Yet no licensed vaccine of this bacterium is made. So primarily researchers used the cell lines and small animal model like mice, rabbits and pig. So there are gaps of the Shigella are highly host adaptive pathogen and humans are the only reservoirs. Until now, the non-human primates rhesus macaca model of Shigella infection is the one which mimic best the shigellosis. However, this model of shigellosis is expensive and its use is now limited by the ethical constraint. Therefore, no suitable animal model is available to study the relevant pathogenic mechanism and immune responses. So, organoids come into the play. Organoids a new window into disease development and discovery. Organoids are three-dimensional multicellular in vitro human tissue construct that are used to mimic its corresponding in vivo organ in research. Scientists have found ways of culturing organ-specific tissue from stem cells that could change the way disease are studied and treated. So in 2009, Clever's laboratory achieved a breakthrough by developing self-renewing mini-gut organoid culture, enabling in-depth study of intestinal epithelium function and translational research. So to develop the organoids, first biopsy sample, we have to collect the biopsy sample of the intestine, and from these biopsy samples, crypts are to be isolated, and these crypts are cultured further in using specific media, and after approximate 2 weeks, this complete fully formed organoid made, and these organoids further can be used to study the infectious disease, to study drug discovery and disease mechanism. So organoids gives the human relevant platform to study the Shigella pathogenesis. So my aim of the study to illustrate the different pathogenic mechanism of various serotype of Shigella using human intestinal organoid model. For this, we have collected the biopsy sample after taking the consent from the intestine of the healthy portion of the human, and after the organoid culture, we cultured the organoid, and further we study the structural morphology of the android by transmissional electron microscopy and confocal microscopy. We further study the ability of Shigella to adhere and invade the organoids by gentamicin protection assay, and further to visualize the invasiveness of different serotype of Shigella, confocal microscopy were done. So to culture the intestinal organoid, first we collected the biopsy sample of the intestine, and these biopsy sample were further digested by chemical and mechanical means, and these crypts were isolated from these biopsy sample, and these crypts are further cultured in matricial matrix by using specific media. So this is the standardized android model. This is the picture after culturing the organoids up to 14 days. This is the picture of the androids at day 28. So you can see the human inside the organoid, epithelium outside. So at further culturing the organoid at 45 days, the structure of morphology of organoid by using confocal microscopy. We stain these organoid We stained the LGR5 stem cell marker to stain the organoid, and this blue color is nuclear stain. You can see that the expression of LGR5 stem cell marker. So we further infected our organoid after 14 days of culture with the Shigella, with different serotype of Shigella, and after culturing, after 6 hours of infection, we done the gentamicin protection assay, and you can see that the Shigella dysentery count is more inside the internalized inside the organoid, and followed by Shigella flexneri and sonnei. So after 12 hours of infection, this Shigella, you can see that the Shigella is going inside the organoid. After 12 hours of infection, this Shigella bacterium degrade the epithelium structure of the organoid. We further confirmed the confirmed the results by using confocal microscopy. So you can see that this red color Shigella bacterium, which is this picture is Shigella dysentery. This is Shigella flexneri sonnei. So you can see that the count of Shigella dysentery is more inside the organoid. So we have successfully established long-term expandable android lines using cryopreserved android to avoid collecting biopsy sample on a regular basis. In this study, we established this model in India and interrogate the differential pathogen different serotype of Shigella. In addition, we observed that Shigella dysentery is higher invasive potential as compared to other serotype of Shigella. Further investigation are required to check the violence mechanism. This organoid model would be a suitable model for Shigella antigen testing that exactly express the same immune response as in vivo, because conditions are hardly different from the human itself. The knowledge gained will help in discovery of new vaccine targets. Actually, I have this phobia, presentation phobia. और एक्चुअली मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन सबसे लास्ट में थी, तो वो पूरा बिल्डअप हो गया, नर्वसनेस जो थी ना. एक्चुअली अगर मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन मॉर्निंग में होती तो मैं सीरियस ये सब कुछ मैं इतने अच्छे से एक्सप्लेन कर सकती थी. मतलब ये जो नर्वसनेस है ना, बिल्डअप होती गई पूरा टाइम साथ साथ. 6 months to develop the organoid. 6 months. Facilities like normal cell culture facilities, but trained means trained hands. Yeah, yes. Sir, actually, can I speak in Hindi? Thank you. मैं ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल समझा पाऊँगी. हाँ, तो लाइक जैसे पहले जो रिसर्चर मतलब हम स्टडी करते आ रहे हैं कि माइस मॉडल्स हम यूज़ करते थे या सेल लाइन्स यूज़ करते थे, वो फुली रेप्लिकेट नहीं करती है ह्यूमंस को. मतलब अगर हम ह्यूमन मॉडल ही यूज़ करें तो हम अच्छे से अपनी स्टडी कर पाएंगे, और लाइक वैक्सीन भी हम स्टडी कर पाएंगे अच्छे से. हम मतलब थेरेपेटिक वे से हम ज़्यादा अच्छे से हम मतलब स्टडी कर पाएंगे. फुलफिल करता है सर. यस सर एक्चुअली हम माइस को नहीं सेक्रीफाइस करेंगे और मतलब ये बेटर मॉडल है। और इंडिया में एक्चुअली बहुत फ्यू स्टडीज़ हुई हैं ऑर्गेनॉइड्स पे, और इंटेस्टाइनल ऑर्गेनॉइड्स फर्स्ट टाइम हमारे ही लैब में पीजीआई में एस्टेब्लिश्ड हुआ है, जिस पे मैं काम कर रही हूँ। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि और भी इंडिया में स्टडीज़ हों, ताकि मतलब यूएसए में ज़्यादा स्टडीज़ हो रही हैं, यूएसए यूके में, और इंडिया में वेरी फ्यू स्टडीज़ हो रही हैं। तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम मतलब एक्सप्लोर करें और स्टडी करें, तो हम ज़्यादा थेरेपेटिक वे से ज़्यादा अच्छे से कर पाएंगे। थैंक यू।
Next up for the presentation is Dr. Sujata Lal, Assistant Professor, Tata Memorial Center, Navi Mumbai.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the topic of my study is in vitro susceptibility profile of CSC, ceftriaxone sulbectam EDTA, highlighting the role of EDTA as antibiotic resistance breaker in multi-drug resistant gram-negative organisms from gut of immunocompromised patients at a tertiary care cancer setup. So as we all know that AMR is a big problem for all of us, with expected 10 million affected people and a lot of damage due to AMR targeted till 2050. It's a big problem to combat, and we can see that a higher rate of resistance is quoted in each and every part of the continent for the antimicrobial drugs currently present. This is a WHO priority pathogen list also, Enterobacteriaceae and non-fermenting bacteria, which are, we are seeing it currently that most of the CLEB coming from the ICU, they are resistant. Most of the Acyneto coming from the ICU are resistant. So it is currently the most common prevailing condition in the ICU settings. And it is a grave concern for the institute like us, where all of the population is immunocompromised, and it is affecting very badly the vulnerable population and also the transplant recipients. Without effective antimicrobials, the transplants cannot be conducted safely. But on the other hand, the antimicrobials are becoming a concern for the patient who are getting the transplant. So in this context, we have evaluated a new drug, CSC, for the multi-drug resistant organisms, considering the molecule EDTA as an antibiotic resistance breaker molecule. So just to highlight, our institute is currently doing weekly surveillance of stool samples every week from the inpatients of hematolymphoid ward and post-BMT recipients. So this surveillance is being done for 10 years, and we have all the data for a weekly stool surveillance done. So this is a retrospective analysis of the database in which E. coli, CLEB and Acyneto were evaluated from adult and pediatric patients from HL and BMT recipients. The AFST was done using CSC, ceftriaxone 30 microgram and Eloris 15 microgram were used. The quality control strains of ATCC were used. So a total of 5/32 samples were tested, and it was a part of gut surveillance program over a period of 5 years, in which there were 2,325 E. coli, Klebpneumo 1,332, and Acyneto were 112. But we evaluated CSC on the MDR part only. The sensitive strains were not put to CSC evaluation. As we can see that it's a trend from 18 to 22. In 2018, E. coli was 98.62% sensitive, Klebpneumo 96.90, and Acyneto 94%. 2019, there is a slight less sensitivity in CSC. Followed by 20, the trend has decreased, and 21, the sensitivity has again decreased. 22, the sensitivity is around 88% for E. coli, Klebpneumo 66, and Acyneto remains 100%. This is the cumulative CSC susceptibility profile. So total organisms, 85% MDRs were still susceptible, and intermediate 5.62%, resistant 10.53%. This is the resistant trend of CSC in E. coli. The resistance trend was more in 2021, but we could not evaluate any specific reason for it. The Klebnumo also 2021 there was higher resistance. Maybe it may be due to higher usage also, but still we could not find any correct reason for this. So in CSC the molecule EDTA has been presented as an antibiotic resistance breaker, and it might represent a promising avenue for further research to counter. These molecules are capable of resensitizing the resistant bacteria to antibiotics. EDTA might bind to the zinc ions and can inhibit the activity of MBL enzymes. It may aid in the better penetration of drugs, increase periplasmic concentration, degradation of biofilm. It can inhibit the transfer of resistance by conjugation. It may inhibit efflux pumps and thus cause increased periplasmic concentration. This is a molecule of ceftriaxone sulbactam EDTA, and these are the methods by which EDTA only they have proposed it is working in zinc ion chelation, efflux transportation by increasing antibiotic sensitivity and increased membrane permeability and increased curly formation in prevention. So there is a better penetration of the antibiotic in cell wall. So basically the antibiotic remains the same, but EDTA is making it more effective for the bacteria. This was a study in which they have seen that the periplasmic concentration of various drugs, and in this Eloris, the Eloris is the brand name of CSC, it greatly surpassed the drugs, and it increased the periplasmic concentration of the ceftriaxone sulbactam. A study has also been done. So this also potentiated the use of combination with EDTA associated with ESBL and MBL producing microbes. So major takeaway is that EDTA added can target multiple resistance mechanism, and when added to ceftriaxone sulbactam, it makes it more susceptible against resistant GNBs. It is indicated in VAP, bloodstream infection and complicated UTI. This is their indication from the literature, but various studies are still needed, and it aids in the better penetration of drugs and degradation of biofilm. So CSC showed a good in vitro activity rate against our MDR pathogens, might be attributable to EDTA. So still I am presenting it as might be because no RCTs are being done yet. So the clinical correlation and RCT is a mandatory thing to make any drug documented to be effective for MDR pathogens, but it is purely a in vitro study. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. No, so basically initially the company was not writing the concentration also of the EDTA. So now they are giving it as 37 microgram for 1.5 mg, 1.5 gram is the dose for 24 hours. So they are saying this much is okay, but still an RCT is being finalized in our institute and it is being done. So we are going to actually correlate the in vitro and in vivo for the patients. So it is yet to come out that actually what EDTA is doing is still not very clear to us. Oh, the BMT people are taking it, ma'am. They are planning for the RCT only. The concern is, ma'am, actually all the patients at our setup, mostly I'm working in the BMT setup of Tata only. So most of the patients, they eventually 1 month or 2 months after the admission, they develop MDR only, and they are there in the hospital sometimes for 2 years. So eventually they face this phenomena, and it is fortunate or unfortunate, I don't know, CSC is working for them. So yes, it is working for them, and everybody is facing a very good improvement in the patients. Even the PCT is decreased after 1 or 2 doses of CSC. So it is actually doing a lot of good for the patients. Hmm. Exactly. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. EDT. EDT. Yes. Hmm. Hmm. So, yes. Hmm. Hmm. Definitely, sir. Hmm. Hmm. Susceptible. Hmm. Hmm. Similarly, at our setup, sir, so if we are using and even the patient is improving, it is we can't document it. But so RCT is being planned at our center, and let's see what it gives in the end. Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Dr. Ritu Joshi, JR GMC Kota, second class. And the last presentation of the day is by Dr. Chandni Seni, SR BR Ambedkar Institute of Medical Sciences, Mohali.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Dr. Chandi, senior resident of in the microbiology department in Dr. B.R. Ambedkar State Institute of Medical Sciences. So before starting my presentation, there has been a technical glitch, so few of my slides will be glitched. So please bear with me. So my topic for today's presentation is clinical and microbiological characterization of Vibrio cholerae causing post-monsoon waterlogging, associated outbreak in district Mohali and Chandigarh, India 2023. Starting with the introduction, so as we all know, cholera continues to be a major public health problem, particularly in the area where there has been access to potable drinking and hygiene sanitation remains inadequate. And the toxigenic strains of Vibrio cholerae, serogroups like O1 and O139, are the causative agents of cholera and exhibited several changing patterns in the biotype as well as in drug resistance for better survival and infection ability. So in mid-July of 2023, near about 9th of July, there has been heavy rainfall during those days, which continued for 3 or 4 days. So during that, the Mohali and Chandigarh districts and the area surrounding those two districts, there had been a floods for the which continued to over like week. So which lead to a number of patients with diarrhea coming to our hospital, and which led to this study. So aim and objective for this study is just to isolate and identify the organisms from the stool samples of patients that we were receiving with that time period. So this is a prospective study conducted approximately a period of 1 month, and from mid-July to mid-August of 2023 in the Department of Microbiology. So coming to processing, so after receiving the samples, we first made the hanging drop preparation for all the samples, and the reporting was dispatched within 2 hours of receiving the sample. Here we, based on the gross examination, some of the samples which were HDP negative, but on gross examination, if they were rice watery or liquidy or watery in sample, those samples were put for stool enrichment on in alkaline peptone water. After that, the cultures were put on TCBS and blood agar for Vibrio cholerae, and on XLD and McConkey agar for Salmonella or Shigella. Interpretation was done based on the colony morphology, gram staining, oxidase test, and biochemical tests. Antimicrobial susceptibility was done based on Kirby-Bor disk diffusion method, and the drugs were put up according to the CLSI guidelines of 2023. So these were the drugs that we used: amoxicillin, clavulanic acid, ceftriaxone, amikacin, erythromycin, nalidixic acid, ciprofloxacin, tetracycline, chloramphenicol, and azithromycin. So total 423 samples, stool samples with patients with diarrhea were received in the lab. Among that, out of that, HTP positive were around 34, and culture positive for Vibrio cholerae, there were 36, because the two of the samples, they were HDP negative, but the culture for that two samples were positive for Vibrio cholerae. And one of the samples out of these were culture positive for Shigella, which was associated with the Entamoeba histolytica infection. So for the Shigella, the gross sample, that was blood stained, and there were a lot of pus cells in that. So this culture, Shigella culture, was sent to PGI Chandigarh for further speciation and came out to be Shigella flexneri. So we received from different areas surrounding Mohali and Chandigarh districts, and the most common area or the positive samples that we received were from village Balongi in the district Mohali. Then coming to so according to NCDC guidelines for flood management, what happens is they have written that after the floods, the most common organism that you isolate within the incubation period of days to weeks is cholera. So which coincides with our study. As you can see, we have received samples, and in the first 2 weeks, we have the samples came out to be positive for Vibrio cholerae in the first 2 weeks. They are highest in the first 2 weeks, which coincides with the NCDC guidelines. As you can see again here, the positive cholera samples in our highest peak, they are peak at in the first 2 weeks of this outbreak. So hanging drop again, it was positive for around 8.0% of cases. So there was a darting mortality, but due to some technical problem, I won't be able to show you. Cultures, again, Vibrio cholerae, there were around 36 cultures, one for Shigella, and rest were reported as normal gastrointestinal flora. On the cultures for TCBS, you can see the yellow colored colonies on TCBS and hemodigestion in the blood agar. Then gram staining were performed, and you can clearly see gram negative bacilli on the gram stain. Then for Vibrio cholerae, the oxidase tests were positive, and TSI was A by A with no gas, and H2S was also absent. Serotyping of those all isolates of Vibrio cholerae was done, and all the isolates were identified as O1 serogroup Ogawa on slide agglutination test. Socioeconomic status, the majority of the cases were from rural region, that is around 66.9. So in the age, the positivity, the most common age group was involved was between 5 to less than 18 years of age, and males were more affected as compared to females. And in the antimicrobial resistant, we have the similar AST pattern, with the nalidixic acid being the most resistant, as you can see the far left, right, followed by the amoxiclav, then ceftriaxone, and then erythromycin. So nalidixic acid, the isolates were, almost all the isolates, around 35 out of 36 were resistant to nalidixic acid. So on clinical characteristics, out of the 36 positive patients for Vibrio cholerae, only 16 were retrospectively followed up. And they presented with other symptoms like vomiting and fever. Dehydration status, most of them were, some dehydration was present, only 3 cases were there where the severe dehydration was present. Received antibiotics before admission, there is a typing error. So patients have told that they have taken a antimicrobial like medicine before coming to hospital. And the duration of hospital stay median day was 4 days. And source of drinking water, most of them were submersible and vomitis, like adopting hygiene practices like hand washing. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
I request the judges to finalize the results and please hand them over. Okay, ma'am. Okay. Okay. I extend thanks to all the judges for sparing their valuable time and for their great inputs, to all the presenters for their enthusiastic participation, and all the audience for listening so patiently. So after the results are handed over, we'll shift to the AC hall for the left part.
Hello, hello, hello.